things that I'm going to change. I'm going to change that to easy. We still haven't unlocked any ships apart from these two. So I think I'm going to stick with the Kestrel. And I know already what at least one of the crew members is going to be called. Was it Harry the 4th last time? So this is going to have to be Harry the 5th. Unless did we already do 5th? Are we up to Harry the 6th already, or is it Harry the 5th? Anyway, let's put that as Harry the 5th. Long live Harry, says Ben. Well, I'm hoping to do the Harry dynasty some justice here by actually securing a victory with them. Hello to Sharp Objects, who says, I named mine John, Ringo, George and Paul on a 4-person ship. That is an excellent set of names for crewmates. Welcome in. I was just going to say if anybody did want to name a crew member, please feel free to do so using the Name a Crew Member channel point redeem. You can also name the ship for a few more channel points. And honestly, I'm tempted to... Oh, sorry, yes, it's Harry G. The 5th, as Harry points out. There we go. And yeah, if anyone wants to name them, otherwise I will name them after crew members. But I am tempted to go with Sharp Objects request and call one after the Beatles. Ah, no, we have a request from Sharp Objects. RVD is the request. Well then, I shall oblige.
RVD.
There we go. Eltibago says, I know what it's like to Monday. To feel so desperately that it's still the weekend, yet to fail nonetheless. It's frightening, turns the legs to jelly. I ask you to what end? Dread it, run from it. Monday arrives all the same. Now it's here?
The cherry blossom.
That's not how that is supposed to end. Ren, thank you for redeeming a name for the ship. The cherry bloss. The cherry bloss. We might have to skip the to fit it in, but I will definitely do that. Rob Van Dam is apparently what RVD stands for. Thank you for clarifying that, T-Baggo. And Sabu as the final crew member. Gotta have his best friend. Seems like we have a ship of wrestlers, says LT Baggo. Well, and Harry. I don't think Harry is notorious as a wrestler. Your wrestling career never quite took off, did it, Harry? Yeah. Maybe those names would be better suited to a Mantis crew, but I haven't unlocked the Mantis ship yet, so we will go ahead with those. Thank you, Sharp Objects, for your... If only we could rename weapons. That would be fun. Harry is the manager, he doesn't fall down or anything. Harry is going to be the pilot this time. And then we'll have RVD on weapons and Sabu on engines. And we will see. I have switched the difficulty to easy, so our score is reduced by 25%, but we might actually win, which is always nice. Our previous run featuring Dr. Blowhigh at the helm and Harry G the 4th in engines did get all the way to the final fight. Izzy says Sabu should 100% be on weapons if we're going by their wrestling stuff. Interesting. Okay, in that case I'll swap these two round so that Sabu ends up on weapons. There we go. I think that does it correctly. Harry says, I have a very serious condition which prevents me from being a wrestler. I am allergic to physical contact. Oh dear, Harry. I am so sorry to hear that. That you weren't able to pursue your dream. RVD can just chill out and smoke. Yeah, well, engines is one of the most useful because the 4 systems that really do anything in combat are piloting weapons, engines, and shields. So you could put the engines person on shields, but shields absorb damage. Engines make it so you don't get damaged in the first place, which I think is better. The actual RVD points out, Izzy says, has a rep for smoking some less than legal in the UK reef. Well, that's fine. We're in space. In space, no one can hear you smoke weed. Prevention is better than cure, says Sharp Objects. The data you carry is vital to the remaining Federation fleet. You'll blah 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 blah. The usual thing, we need to try and not die and then fight the flagship. If the ship's room colour changes from tan to red, it means you're losing oxygen. Yes. Losing oxygen is very good for your ship because it extinguishes fires that could damage it. It does also kill the crew, but you know, can't complain too much. Okay. Let's fully power the engine. I usually put the missile launcher here, so 1 point of damage to weapons doesn't disable our burst laser. This is pretty much the best weapon in the game, I think. And Harry did secure a victory on easy recently. Harry has been playing this game himself and posting updates in the Discord. Harry actually managed to get a burst laser 2 as a random drop from a fight with an enemy ship. And myself and Nit worked out the odds of that to be roughly 1 in 4,000. So, yeah, it is possible to be given this weapon for free, but it's very unlikely. And Harry did roll that chance, but then Harry has actually had a second victory since with the NG Cruiser. So congratulations are in order to Harry for those victories. We don't need to mention that while fighting the flagship with the NG Cruiser, the flagship, Harry did win the fight, but the NG Cruiser also exploded. It still counts as a win if your ship is destroyed, just as long as the flagship is destroyed first. Yes, Harry giving me a well-deserved side-eye there. Yeah, Sharp Objects points out, yes, that reputation is quite an open one. Tibago says, my wrestling career was cut short by an unfortunate jumping off a roof onto a table that was on fire accident. Now you see, Tibago, that's the sort of thing that should propel your wrestling career forwards. Sharp Object says, I was going to say as long as the flagship blew up first. Yes, based on the screenshot that Harry shared, the flagship did blow up first. On some ships, I've just left breach holes to have deadly rooms with reinforced doors. Sharp Objects, I never actually thought of that. That's actually a good strategy. Yeah, hope that boarders teleport into a room that you've deliberately left empty of oxygen. Anyway, let us begin by going to this distress beacon. You follow the distress beacon to a tiny asteroid belt. You find a small ship struggling to maneuver through the field. Hail them to offer assistance. They respond, help! Our shields are down and we won't last long. Do we try to shield their ship with yours, or not risk it? Well, we'll probably take damage from this, but we'll risk it this early into the game, and especially since we're on easy. Yes. Despite your best efforts, the civilian ship breaks apart from the constant barrage. You are barely able to break out of the asteroid field yourself. The ship sustains some damage in the process. Okay, well we took 4 damage, but we did get 13 scrap. And it only costs 2 scrap to repair a point of damage early in the game, so technically we came out ahead there. Thank you for adding that quote, Harry. Easy and Sharp Objects are talking about wrestling now. Mick Foley got into the Hall of Fame by doing the sort of thing T-Bago did. Mick Foley also had very good instincts as to what makes a good wrestling match, as well as all the extreme stuff. Okay, well, we'll get more opportunity to see stuff if we go to the top of the map, but I'll go here first and then up. A nebula. It's worrying that the rebels have penetrated so deep into uncharted space, even if it's only an unmanned craft. It arms its weapons. You should do the same. I will do the same. Okay, it has a drone and a missile launcher. We'd probably better use our missiles as well then. I'm not worried about this drone because it can't damage us, but the missile can penetrate through shields. So yes, it can do that, in other words. Yeah, with the weapons offline, we don't need to worry too much. Let me just check that didn't start a fire. Okay, it did not start a fire. Good. Normally we would be able to see inside our own ship. But because we're in a nebula, our sensors are offline. Okay, that's the end of that one. The ship explodes, and we move on. I will probably follow the same kind of upgrade order as I've been following on the normal difficulty runs. It's just, because we're on easy, we get slightly more scrap. We'll be able to do things slightly earlier. The first thing to do is get 2 points of shield barrier, because you can survive so many more ships if you do that. And although we can kind of power it, we can like turn off 1 point of engines and have less dodge, but this is still better if we come across an enemy that can do 2 points of damage. Okay, we don't really want to go to a store this early in the game. We want to save up a good amount of scrap and be a bit more damaged before we bother repairing as well. We don't need to worry about this. So I shall ignore the store and continue. An advanced rebel automated ship remains stationed near a small space station. It looks like this fight is winnable. I shall attack it. Let me put up both shields there. Okay. Doesn't even have any shields, so there should be nothing to worry about. Altibago says, Mick Foley has very little regard for his own safety, or pain in general. Interesting. I've never been a fan of wrestling, but it sounds like we have a few fans in chat. You salvage what you can from a broken ship. Investigate the station. The station is a storage site for various resources. Okay, well we got some missiles and some scrap. Very useful. So here come the rebel fleet. For anyone who's not seen this before, there are 8 sectors to navigate through. Each sector, you are slowly chased across the screen by the rebel fleet, which is represented by this red line here. You just have to get to the exit beacon before the red line catches you. Otherwise, you don't die immediately, but you have to fight the rebel fleet, which is quite hard. Upon completing your jump, you receive a message from a nearby ship. Greetings and welcome to our beacon. For a small fee, we'll let you continue on your way. I would rather shoot you if that's quite alright. Preferably... let's actually have some missiles. Actually, no, that's only an ion. We should be fine without missiles. Famous last words. Yeah. The ion can only take out 1 point of shield, and this is a heavy laser, but even a heavy laser will still only take out 1 point of shields. It only does extra damage if it actually hits the ship. So they can't hit us at the moment. There we go. Ren is enjoying the music, I think. This is an awesome soundtrack, this game. Probably one of my favourite video game soundtracks. We get some scrap. Another distress beacon. Let's... Actually, I'm not going to head straight there. I feel like we can get one more jump in before we need to get too near the exit. Detect a rebel scout on an attack approach to a small refueling outpost. Their weapons are charged, but they're not firing yet. Well, now they are. Okay. They have a missile, so I should probably use a missile. They also have somebody boarding. Fortunately, they only have one boarder, and we have two. So we have two people fighting them. So we do not need to worry about that. Let's shoot at the ship. Aha! Kaiser Podge, welcome in. Good to see you. Who says, I completed an FTL journey. Apparently it is my first success on Advanced. Congratulations, Kaiser. Kaiser salutes Captain Harry. Kaiser, Harry has been playing this game as well, and has 2 wins under his belt now. So it's always good to see other people playing the games that I stream. We're going into shields. If you don't mind, I kind of need those shields now. Well, there go my doors. Fortunately, I wasn't using them. Actually, let me shoot the teleporter and they can't teleport back. Oh, never mind, they're dead. You should probably heal before you try and repair the vacuum of space. So let's do that. And we can turn the oxygen back on now. There's no need to worry about that. Repair. Kaiser says, I'd forgotten how much fun it was, but watching you had me needing to find out again. I'm so glad to hear... Oops, don't die. I'm so glad to hear that, Kaiser. Yes, it's great when I inspire people to try a game for the first time. But it's also good when I inspire people to return to games they like, as I have done for you. Good evening, Tohu. Tohu Wabohu, it's so good to see you. I hope you're having a good weekend. You catch us at the very start of another FTL run. I think perhaps one more point of reactor power would be good, so I don't have to turn off the oxygen in order to have everything else fully powered. Kaiser Podge, thank you for redeeming Common Comfrey as your flower of the day. Tohu, if you would like a flower of the day as well. It's only 10 channel points. I think I'll sort of zigzag my way to this distress beacon. Weather is a bit rubbish, but otherwise good, says Tohu. I'm glad to hear it. Okay, should I hire the mercenary to delay the rebels? Hire the mercenary to scout the sector, fight the ship, or we have no need of his services? We're already quite a long way through this sector, so I don't think this is really worth it. I don't particularly want to go anywhere in the sector that would need the rebels to be delayed. Plus, I don't really want to spend scrap when I could be earning scrap by fighting a ship, so let's try that option. Mercenaries are worse than rebels. The only honourable course is to engage them in battle. Tohu, thank you so much for redeeming Harry St. John's wort as your first ever flower of the day. Yes, so I am a botanist in real life when I'm not playing video games on the internet. I like to share that with my viewers. One way is this spot command, which gives you a different British wildflower every stream, which you can slowly build up a wildflower garden. Yes, there is a whole family of wildflowers called St. John's worts, of which Harry St. John's wort is one of the most common. It can be identified, funnily enough, by its hairs. Although, yes, LT Bago says St. John should really get that looked at. And Tohu says that's an interesting name. I will mention that to St. John next time I see him. Although I don't know when that will be. Okay, yeah, once again, they can't hit my ship because their weapons are not powerful enough, so we don't need to waste missiles. We can just shoot with the laser until it's done. It is a little refreshing to be on easy mode and not worry about dying right at the start of the game. But as I say, I feel like I played the last run pretty well, and I still didn't manage to win. So I'm going to get one guaranteed win under my belt, and hopefully unlock some achievements, because then I'll be able to unlock more ships, and then we can try normal runs with those ships. Let's try and not have you jump away, because I would like your scrap. That would be nice. There we go. Just got it in time. Tohu says, is it named after the gospel writer? Might be a while until you see him. Yes, there are quite a few things named after St. John, and an entire family of plants is one of them. A different plant in the same family, known as Perfect St. John's wort, is, or at least, well, historically it was used as a herbal medicinal plant. And that's how it got associated with St. John. People do still use it, but my advice is stick to modern medicine. St. John's wort can interfere with a lot of other medications. But yes, Tohu, yes, it will be a while before I see St. John, hopefully. Let's put it that way. Once you arrive at the location of the distress call, a civilian ship hails you. Thanks for responding to our beacon. Our FDL navigation has gone haywire, and we can't plot a course to the nearest depot to get it fixed. Could you lead us there? I can try. That's going to do a quest marker, isn't it? Which I feel like there's not much space for one. Oh, we've got to go all the way over there. Okay, that's a problem, because if I go 1, 2, 3, 4, I'd be back. I'd have to be in the rebel fleet at this point, and I'd still be 2 jumps away from the exit. This is probably not worth it. Even on easy mode, this is probably not worth it. I mean, they did give me some scrap, so this encounter was not completely pointless. Yeah, I don't think I have enough jumps to get there and back. I think I might just go around like this and ignore the quest instead. An especially well-armed pirate ship approaches you. Hand over one of your crew members and the rest of you can go free unharmed. No, I'm not sending Harry, Sabu or RVD over to slavers. We don't have enough crew to be able to spare any. So I'm going to choose this option and fight. Let's use missiles though. Seems like a good idea. We have intruder. We have an intruder who is hell-bent on shooting our doors, which, you know, of all the systems on the ship, that is by far the most important when in combat. Oh, that's our engines. Well, at least their weapons person is more on the ball than their boarding person. We surrender. Take one of our slaves as tribute. If you destroy us, they'll all die anyway. I think I will accept that option. As I say, it is generally good to have at least 4 people on the ship, I think, because the shields can also be crewed by a crew member, and if they are, then that does result in faster shield recharge. Okay, I was kind of hoping this fire would go out by itself, but now I'm not so sure. I think we might need everybody in there to help put it out. Yes, even on easy mode, fires are no joke. You do want to be careful with them. Let's not lose any crew members here. Please extinguish the fire. What the hell is... Come on. Doesn't usually take this long. Oh, now our oxygen is offline as well. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Okay. Oxygen is more important than engines. Oh, okay. I think I might actually have to just vent this to the atmosphere. I think it's not going to go out otherwise. Okay. I give up. We are just venting the whole thing to space. Yeah, see how it's very easy for things to get out of control on a ship. You can imagine if I was also fighting at the same time. Now we have to go and repair the oxygen while there's no atmosphere. Which I think we can get done before we die. Yes, okay. This is a hard game. Even on easy, this is a hard game. Now imagine all of that, plus someone's actually shooting at you. Kaiser says with the doors acting up, they can't hold back the fire. Yeah, if your door system is damaged, I don't think that affects fire spread, but it does mean you can't open and close doors if your door system is destroyed. But I think upgrading the doors makes it harder for fire to spread. I do check if that's actually true or not. El Tibago says, I'm not here or I'd volunteer as tribute for a life of piracy. I think I'd make a good pirate. Yes, well, I'm reluctant to take you on a mission, Tibago, because every time there's an event that loses a crew member, you seem to volunteer for it. Which means I wouldn't have you on the ship for very long. Anyway. I think we can safely go here and then here and then here and then exit. I'm not going to go to the quest. I don't think it's worth it. Something red looms. It's the Mantis. Is this the ship we just fought? Actually, no. It doesn't have enough damage for it to be the ship we just fought. El Tibago has just redeemed Name a Crew Member.
Vader.
Interesting name for a crew member. El Tibago says, now you have to ask yourself, is it Darth Vader or the rest of the Vader? We may never know. I can't name crew members while we're in a fight, so we'll just have to win this first, and then they will be renamed. There we go. Okay. Vader. I think Harry might be getting a little nervous cruising through space with this lot. I feel bad leaving this quest. But at the same time, they shouldn't have been heading for such a silly place. Kaiser says, but no one asks, invader. Scans reveal a large asteroid field. Is it worth investigating it for materials? Yeah, why not? 5 fuel. That's the good ending for that little excursion. Hello, we used our last FTL fuel to jump to this station. It indicated burnt out husk of debris and warp metal. As you can see, the war must have... Yes, the war has spread to this sector. I've currently got Rebels fleet up my backside. We're trying to get out of here. We've been stranded ever since. Every time I give them fuel in this time this dialogue comes up, I seem to run out of fuel. But they did ask for 5 fuel last time and they're only asking for 2, so I think we can probably spare this. You give them the fuel. Thank you. Here, have this extra scrap as payment. Okay, I definitely have enough scrap to do some upgrades to my ship. Going to upgrade engine and power. Have another point of engine, and I think probably another point of power. So this is about the amount of upgrade I would have got at the end of Sector 1 on a normal difficulty run. But I wouldn't have 150 scrap left over. I can't remember what percentage less of scrap you get on normal. But it's quite significant. It adds up. And if Nit was here, he'd know. Harry says there's a reason why there's 2 rooms between me and the rest of the crew. Yes, that's a good point. The pilot gets some space on this ship. Let's just barely make it to the exit. To prevent accidental pile drivers, says Debagger. You've arrived at the long-range beacon. You look like a military vessel. We're trying to get back to our homes alive. I'm an engineer by trade and could try to improve your reactor if you have any extra supplies. Okay, so it's 3 fuel, 2 missiles and 2 drones for presumably an extra power point on the reactor, which is equivalent to 25 scrap now? I'm a bit worried about trading off 3 more fuel, but you know what? Let's do it. Upgraded the reactor by 1. Now I can power the missiles as well. I feel like getting upgrades early is good, even if you run a bit low on other things. I mean, I don't care about drone parts because I don't have a drone system. Kaiser says you've been eating too many beans and the O2 scrubbers can't fight that. And Harry says, okay, so there are 2 reasons why. Hello, Elfie. Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming Bog Pimpernel as your flower of the day. That's an interesting name. We are unfortunately leaving this quest unquested. We have a choice of Uncharted Nebula or Rebel Controlled. I would like to go to the Nebula, I think, because you get more jumps in if you go through a Nebula, because the fleet is slower. We actually have an opportunity to go to quite a lot of Nebulas this time. So I'm going to go here. You've entered a nebula-rich sector. You may put a few light years on the fleet, but that's only useful if you make it out the other side. I probably won't be putting a few light years on the fleet. I probably will just be meandering around the nebula. I'll go to 1 more beacon before the store, just in case it's helpful to have some more scrap. Navigating the fog blind, you practically bump hulls with a mantis ship. They hail you. Ha! This transgression will be overlooked. No, it won't. Okay, they have a missile, but it's easy mode. What's the worst that can happen? Let us shoot them. Ow. Okay. They are quite... Mantis ships seem to be quite good at hitting our engines at the moment, it has to be said. However, I did also hit their weapons. Don't need to waste any more missiles. Hello, Dandelion. Bestest Purple Penguin. Thank you for redeeming Caper Spurge as your flower today. We are playing some more FTL and exploding some ships as we do. We are also doing some shopping, however. You find yourself surrounded by a group of mysterious alien vessels. They hail you and apparently have some valuable technology for sale. What is this valuable technology, I wonder? Okay. Pike beam can cut across entire ships, assuming there's no shield to stop it. So that's the long beam weapon. There's an upgraded missile that would be more powerful than our Artemis. Heavy ion. I think the heavy ion is actually worse than the small ion weapon, because it does 2 ion damage, but 2 ion damage still only takes down 1 bubble of shields, whereas doing 1 ion damage also takes down 1 bubble of shields. So it's like, well, you might as well have the small one, because you're mostly going to be taking down shields. 50% chance to negate ion damage seems decent. Long range scanners seems decent. FDL jammer, occasionally we have ships get away, but it's quite rare. I'm not sure it's worth buying anything for it. We don't get a second page on the store, so those are the only options we have. Kaiser says Gertie's flower mode today is a red poppy. She's a symbol of war. Oh dear. Well, there is some truth to that, I think. First of all, I'm going to fix a bit of this. I'll leave a little bit because you can get random events that repair for you. I'm going to buy a couple more fuel just because we did give away quite a lot of fuel back there. And I think on easy you have the scrap to spare to top up on fuel. I feel like it would be good to get another weapon. This one is quite slow and doesn't do much damage, and you have to take the shields down before you can use it. But I would like to get another weapon. And this plus the burst laser will actually be fine up until we start getting 3 and 4 shield bubbles on the enemy ships, which doesn't come until later. I think I'll buy this one. We will need to buy more weapon reactor power to actually power it, but that's okay. I don't think this is necessary. I don't think this is particularly good, especially since it's more expensive. This one seems good. This one seems, because it will tell you where stores are and where ships are and stuff in advance. It seems pretty useful. I'm going to buy that one. I don't think I need more missiles. I won't sell my Artemis just yet because I have missiles. Always useful to have. And I think I will upgrade weapons so that I can power this pike beam at the same time as the burst laser. So if assuming the burst laser can take down the shields, this can do quite a bit of damage. It's only 1 damage per room. If you remember my beam weapon from my previous run that I had a beam weapon on. Was that glaive beam? I can't remember. I had a beam weapon and it was the one that does 2 damage per room. Which is... 2 damage is better than 1, but 1 damage is better than none. Thank you so much for that follow. Good to have you with us. Hope you're having a good weekend. I will leave a little bit of scrap just in case something needs it, but we would like more reactor power to power up the engines fully again. Hello, Elemeno. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good weekend as well. Let's stay within the nebula because it will slow down the rebel fleet, so we won't go here. We'll go here. Elemeno, thank you for redeeming Water Pepper as your flower of the day. There's nothing here. Well, okay then. Here we are. Yeah, so Here is the information that the long-range scanner adds. I don't probably want to go there. So the ones where it's a warning sign, possible ship detected. That doesn't necessarily mean there'll be a fight, because there are events with ships that aren't fights, but most likely you'll be fighting a ship. This one, I don't know how clear you can see it on the stream. It's got a little red circle around it. This section of the nebula is experiencing an ion storm. This can be very useful to know, because that puts your reactor at half power, which can make it very difficult to fight. So you can avoid those beacons. You can also avoid beacons like the one we just had, because that beacon was completely empty. And you'll see that they're empty, like they'll show up as just normal dots. We had no choice from this store, we kind of had to go this way. But yeah, so where possible I want to click ship detected, but not like environmental hazard as well. So I'm going to go here. And then it says, ooh, water pepper. Yes, apparently you can eat it and it tastes peppery. Unsurprising. Okay, we do have a little unmanned craft with a cloak to fight here. Cloak is usually just an annoyance. Makes it take longer to defeat the ship. It lets them get off a volley of weapons without you being able to get one off. But if oh, and this is how long the pike beam is. You may remember the beam weapon from my previous run was only about half this length, so you could cover 3 or maybe 4 rooms in one beam. On a bigger ship, this weapon can actually cover like 5 or 6 rooms. So it's only 1 damage per room, but it's more rooms. Let's continue fighting ships if we get the option. Another automated ship. Okay, well, this one doesn't even have a cloak, so I appreciate the game throwing me these easy fights. I'm not sure if difficulty level influences your likelihood to get these automated ships rather than actual manned ships. I do think these tend to be easier. Aha! This station is a storage site for military-grade weapons. You find one that can be easily attached to the ship. Firebomb. Okay, so firebomb, self-teleporting explosive designed to damage crew members and light fires. Can target your own ship. Why would I want... I mean, I suppose you could use it to deal with borders. I feel like lighting your own ship on fire to deal with borders is a risky strategy, but potentially a fun one. Okay, in that case, we should maybe prioritize some more system power into weapons so that we can power this thing. It does use missiles, so I probably want to sell this Artemis launcher. You don't really want 2 missile launching weapons used at once, because missiles will run out very quickly. Howie is delighted to see a fire-based weapon on the ship. I thought you might be, Howie. Okay, so we won't use the Artemis. How much is it going to be? Okay, I can afford 1 more point of system power, but we need 2 more points for the fire bomb. Unless I use that and not the pike beam, which actually in Sector 2 I probably can. Yeah, to power that it would be 125 plus 50 more power, so 175 scrap to power a 3rd weapon. And I do need to think about more shield and engine upgrades relatively soon, so I'll sit on the scrap I have for now. If we are going to go down the route of trying to kill the enemy crew, without destroying the ship for bonus scrap, which we did attempt on our first run, actually, but that was on normal mode, not easy. We had a fire beam, and we were trying to, we were trying to leverage the extra scrap, but it was just, the fights were just a little bit too hard. Our weapons were underpowered. On easy, we can probably pull it off. But it would be good to have someone on sensors, because you really need to see into the enemy ship. So a second, not in a nebula obviously, but a second point into sensors in a normal beacon lets you see the interior of the enemy ship. And if you want to damage crew members, it's good to see where the crew members are. Otherwise, you're kind of firing blind. You can upgrade sensors, get the same. Yes, you see enemy interior. You can do that here, but that costs 25 scrap. And if you're saving every bit of scrap you've got for weapons upgrades, then maybe you don't want to spend 25 scrap on sensors. Harry says, I did manage to do that a few times on my winning run with the firebomb. Yes, you did share a screenshot of a ship that you did that on. In fact, that was the one where you got the extra weapon. Okay, yeah, so we'll maybe, I think what I'll probably do is keep the pike beam going for now while we're in a nebula. If we get into a sector that's not nebula, we'll try out the firebomb. That's what we will try. Okay. We have several places to go, so I'm probably not going to go here, because there's probably not a ship there, so that well could be a nothing beacon. But these are both ships, so we'll go around this way. Hello, Dragon Girl _89. Thank you for redeeming Germander Speedwell as your flower of the day. I am going to do a quick shout out for Dragon Girl _89 because she is an awesome streamer that I have been subscribed to for a very long time, almost 4 years actually. One of the first people I watched on Twitch, and she plays a variety of games. I have good memories of playing Factorio back in the day, but also Eco. Dragon Girl has been playing more of that recently. Along with Helena's World, who is another streamer by volume. Dragon, I don't know if you've ever played this game. It's called FTL Faster Than Light, and you shoot spaceships a lot. We have a blue option on this one. You spot a rebel ship in the nebula ahead and stay off their radar. Try to engage. So we can stay hidden, we can chase after them, or we can try to track them as you move to engage using the long-range scanner. I wonder what this does. As soon as they see you, they make a run for it. You squeeze what you can out of the malfunctioning sensors and are able to keep track of them long enough to get in firing range. Yeah, I suppose we are in a nebula, so sensors are kind of bad. Let's shoot weapons. It's very good to see you, Dragon. I hope you had a good weekend. Ow. Thank you for targeting my sensors, the one system that I definitely don't need. Also my weapons. I kind of needed my weapons, but it's all good. We will be fine. 'Tis but a scratch. Tis but a scratch. That said, I am going to keep powering up the beam. It would be It would be very nice if I could actually take out their weapons. There we are. So they stopped shooting me with that missile. That was getting annoying. They might be getting away. I don't think they're getting away. Yeah, it says jump imminent, but I am about to laser them, and I think this will destroy the ship. You are considerably more well-armed than I would have thought. Yeah, funny that. We will not accept surrender because I want more scrap. especially to repair the damage you've just done to my ship. Okay, I'm going to get another point of reactor power, I think. Because I want to have full evasion at all times because it's getting annoying being hit so much. Okay, we'll go here. A black market weapons trader spins you a tale of the dangers of the nebula before pushing his wares. Okay, last time I came here I didn't purchase an unknown weapon for 45 scrap. I feel like I need to do this on stream. But I also feel like the unknown weapon is going to be like, oh, you've just purchased a bomb that explodes on your own ship or something. Let's try. Oh no, okay, we got an actual weapon. Heavy laser Mark 1. Is that going to be any good for us? That's the one that does 2 damage. Yeah, I mean, it's probably worth keeping that over the Artemis. If we get a 7th point of weapons power at any point, this will be worth having. Howie says the last time I did that it was a scam. Yeah, I have a feeling it probably is. I mean, to be honest, this weapon is not worth 45 scrap. So it was really a scam anyway. But at least I got something out of it. Yeah, I think that option can have... It's like a random event. It can give you a weapon. It can be a complete scam. I wonder if it can give you a burst laser too. That would be... that would be quite the trade. At least you got a weapon. Yeah, there is a chance to get no weapon at all, I think. I think I'd have been better off just fighting the ship, but never mind. Okay, neither of these beacons say there's a ship at them, but I need to go somewhere, and I know there's a ship here, so I'm going to go down. Ren says, in space no one can hear your customer complaints. Very good, Ren, very good. A heavily damaged Federation ship is hiding in the nebula at this beacon. Before you have time to make contact with them, they fade into the nebula. Aha! We have another blue option thanks to our long-range scanner. Okay, I wonder if getting the long-range scanner was worth it just for the blue options. Even without the being able to see up ahead. You follow the faint signatures and find them floating not too far away into the nebula. Thrilled to be found by friendlies, they come on board and abandon their wrecked ship. Okay, we have a Zoltan, I think that is. We have a Zoltan crew member. So these are the ones that can power systems just by being in them. So I think I might actually swap Vader out of shields. Because Zoltan effectively gives... See how I've got an extra point of power available in the reactor now? Versus if the Zoltan isn't in this room. So it's worth having them in a room that uses reactor power, which is weapons, shields, engines, or... actually, yeah, it's just weapons, shields, and engines. Piloting doesn't use power. Oxygen and medbay use power, but like depowering your oxygen and having a Zoltan in there, although that technically keeps your oxygen on, I feel like that's a bit risky. Like as soon as your Zoltan has to go anywhere, you'd lose its power to oxygen. I feel like keeping them on a system that can be manned or crewed is a better option. I would put Vader on sensors, but they don't do anything in a nebula, so you can go on doors. If anyone has suggestions for what to call this crew member other than Markand, such as Ren, who wants to call it Dr. Manhattan, okay, we will do that. Dr.
Manhattan.
Okay, that's just going to display as Doctor. let me take the space out. At least it says Dr. Manha. Dr. Manhattan, Vader, RVD, Sabu, and Harry underscore G underscore. The 5th. No, the 4th. I forgot how many Harrys there are. 5th, yes, Harry the 5th. I don't remember that wrestler, says LT Packer. It's fine. We don't have to have consistent names for our crew. We can call them whatever we like. Okay. Let's fight some more ships. I would like to visit another store, if there is one. And with our long-range scanners, we should be able to find it, if there is. Your ship emerges quite far away from the beacon. You see a rebel ship waiting nearby. I'm going to attack it. Oh, they have a drone. I still don't think they can damage me. That plus that, that drone plus that heavy laser. They can take down my shields, but they can't damage me any further on top of that. Let's shoot shields with that. And then this is where having the long beam weapon is good. We can damage lots of rooms all at once. Trying to escape. Well, unfortunately, your engines are kind of broken. And your shields, weapons, doors, and drones are broken as well. So that might not be happening. I do not accept surrender, because I want more scrap. Thank you. Aha, store. Okay, this is a tricky fight, but I might try and get it before the store, just so we have more money to spend. This is a half power situation. The good news is the enemy ship will be at half power as well. So yeah, see, they've got 2 weapons, but they've only been able to power up one of them. It is a missile though, so they can hit me. To be honest, I don't need shields because the only weapon they've got active is a missile, which ignores shields. So I might as well go all out on trying to use weapons and evasion to avoid being hit. Let's do that. I'll shoot weapons straight away. I won't wait for that. Actually, I should probably wait for the pike beam. Okay, hit a systemless room. That's not too bad. Wait for the pike beam. Wait for the shield to go down. I can only do 4 damage with. Yeah, I do 4 damage with the pike beam. Let's do it like that. Okay. Oh, they did. Now they've powered up a laser. Interesting. Okay, now they've powered up a laser. I probably do want to have shields on. So let's send the Zoltan back to the shields, and also put a point of power into the shields. Shield? No, shield isn't on. There we go. Damn it. Okay, they got their laser off just before my shields came online. I was wasting time running around with Zoltans. Never mind. We are about to destroy the ship, and then we can finally turn our oxygen back on. Kind of important. But that fight was worth it because we got more scrap for the store. Okay. Seeing a trade depot set up near the beacon implies there is an alien settlement on some nearby rock. You decide to check out their wares. Okay, well, sadly we don't get to use cloaking. Even if we sell our Artemis. Actually, if we sell our Artemis and our heavy laser, is that enough to buy cloaking? That's 25 plus 19 is 44. Actually, yeah. Burst Laser 3. See, Burst Laser 3 is not very good. You'd think Burst Laser 3 would be better than Burst Laser 2. Burst Laser 2 is 2 power for 3 shots. Burst Laser 3 is 4 power for 5 shots. So it's worse because you could just buy 2 Burst Laser 2s and then you'd get 6 shots for 4 power instead of 5 shots for 4 power. And you might think, well, it's only one slot, but it's pointless using 4 power on one slot because you only get 8 power total. So this weapon I think is actually not very good. This isn't very good. Cloaking is good though. Crew teleporter is good if you have crew for boarding, like Mantis. Not Zoltan, who are the weakest of all the crew. They have half health, so well, actually 70% health. So yeah, we don't want teleporter. But cloaking would be very nice. Yeah, so I purchased this for 45 scrap and I'm going to be selling it for 25. I did not get my money's worth, but I'm definitely selling this. And I will also, I mean, I could sell the firebomb, but I won't be using missiles otherwise, so it'd be a waste of these missiles if I didn't use them. So I'll keep the firebomb. I'll sell that. I'll buy cloaking. And oh, hello, Knit. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good Sunday. Heavy laser is so good though, says Knit. Yeah, I'm on easy. I can probably handle it without. But you're right. It is good. I wanted to try setting the ship on fire again because it went so well the first run. So I was saving up for a firebomb, but I changed my mind and decided I wanted cloaking. I know, Knit, that you're a fan of cloaking, so hopefully you approve of my decision to fit this thing to my ship. But yes, it's very good to have you back, Knit. I hope you are doing well. And yeah, we do kind of have a spare point of power because we don't need to power this all the time. Let us continue. I guess we're going this way. A pirate ship. It's a smuggler trying to stay away from beacons. I think we should attack it. Out your weapons and move into engage. Knit says, I do approve the decision, but I just sold Firebomb, not Heavy Laser 1. I think I probably should have done that as well, yes. I just wanted to try out, I mean, when we're not in a nebula, I want to try out the Firebomb. I think it helps to see where the enemy crew are, which you can't really do in a nebula. So now, at the moment, I'm just shooting the ship. Let me shoot shields. Yeah, if I take out the shield, I can just pike beam to my heart's content. I do have the pike beam, which is a very good weapon if your ship is big. If the enemy ship is big, because you can just sort of do that. Oh no, they took down our sensors. However, will we survive this nebula with no sensors? Ooh, a burst laser Mark 1. Not quite as good as a heavy laser, Knit, but we did get another weapon. You search the ship and discover its cargo was new military-grade weaponry. It was somehow undamaged in the fight and could easily be mounted on the ship. I mean, it's worse than Burst Laser 2 in every possible sense because it costs the same amount of power and does fewer shots. Yeah, Knit says pretty good drop, and that's true. It's a sign of how good Burst Laser 2 is that Burst Laser 1, which is strictly worse, is actually still quite good. I might put that instead of Pike Beam for a bit. Well, actually, I suppose it's not strictly worse. It does charge 1 second faster. So in that sense, it's better. It's a worse Burst Laser 2, but it's still a good weapon. Burst Laser 2 is just too strong. Yes, exactly. Harry asks a very important question. How can we burn ships without a firebomb? And it says firebomb is mostly useful to stop crew from repairing. That's very true. I will probably be using it that way at some point. I think I just have to go to the exit now, but we got a decent number of beacons because it was a nebula. And we have cloaking now. So missiles are much less of a problem because we can cloak through them. Or at least we can cloak through most of them that we encounter. We can jump to the next sector. Nothing. Okay, sometimes we get a random event on the last beacon, but this one was pretty uneventful. So yeah, I said I was saving up scrap to buy 2 more points of weapon control, and what I actually did instead was buy cloaking. But cloaking is nice, so that's probably fine. We have another nebula. Or we have pirate controlled. Yeah, we are facing the prospect here of going through 3 nebulas in a row, having wanted to try and firebomb the crew and not being able to see where the crew are in the enemy ship because we don't have sensors. But I don't know. I don't think pirate controlled is particularly good. Would you go nebula here, Nit? I think I'm going to go nebula. I'm just interested in your opinion. Like, knowing that your next jump is going to be a nebula as well. Is firebomb fire guaranteed, says Nit? In my memory, it's 90%, but maybe I'm confusing it for fire drone. I don't know. Does it say on here? Well, it says fire chance high. I agree 90% would be high, so perhaps it's not guaranteed. It does also damage crew though, and yeah, 90% is quite a high chance. I would go pirate control to have more choice, and also it's an easier sector in general. Yeah, that's true. As I say, I am doing this run on easy just because I want to show a victory on the stream. So I'm not too worried about the difficulty, but you're right. Pirate controlled is easier. Harry says there was a lot of fire when I used it. Yes, okay, let's go pirate controlled and let's burn some pirates. Let's do that. If the reports are true, this area has been under the control of pirates for quite some time. Some traders still attempt to trade with the few settlements that remain, but they do so at great risk. Okay. Oh! This is what happens when you go through a nebula. There was a hole in my ship this entire time, and I didn't notice because I was in the nebula. Oops, don't leave the Zoltan in the vacuum. Yeah, it's always good to check your ship for leaks. Just win in normal, 5 heads, says Nit. Like, that's, yeah, why didn't I think of that? Just do a cycle, win on every ship on hard. 6 head. Okay, I was going to put you in shields. Right, so I'll put you on sensors so that we can see the enemy ship interior, and we will try and start some fires with our firebomb instead of a burst laser. I will keep these weapons and endeavour to eventually power them when I have enough upgrades. Nit says you can normally hear it. I didn't pay attention to it. Sorry, it's a very faint suction sound effect. Yes, I suspect I did hear the hit. There's a sound that plays when your hull is breached, when you're hit, and I'm sure I heard that sound, and because I didn't see it on screen, I just didn't process it. LT Bago, what are you doing? Just because Nit is talking about very faint suction sounds. Also, thank you for redeeming time-lived Speedwell as your flower of the day, Nit. Thank you. Fire in an empty space is worse and harder to hear. Yes, that's true. That's the other thing that can happen in a nebula. You can suddenly discover that there was a fire raging in part of your ship that didn't have any crew in it. Okay. We don't want to go to a store straight away. This could well be an empty beacon, but I want to take a circuitous route to the store so we have more than 33 scrap to spend with it. Nit says depends, maybe I'm too FDL pilled, but I hear it instantly. If you're used to hearing the sound effects. Also depends, are you using headphones or how loud you have the volume set and stuff. You arrive to find a small research station putting out a distress signal. There is no response to your hails. What's the worst that could happen? Probably not that. Inside there are signs of a great struggle. Scientists lie dead where they fell, brutally dismembered. You grab a few research drone parts lying on the desk near the door and leave quickly. Very sensible. Oh, this isn't advanced. Sorry. I keep forgetting to turn on Advanced Edition. This is not Advanced Edition. This is easy, normal edition because I just want to get a victory on the stream. Once I do win on easy, I will probably put it back to normal. I will also turn on Advanced Edition. Okay. Do I really have to go to the store like this? Let's just go this way. I mean, I'm not. I don't need to save up for cloaking at a store because I have it. But I feel like every time I'm offered weapons pre-igniter at a store, I don't have the scrap for it. A small shuttle appears on local radar. Turns out it's a rebel automated scout. It is. It's not very powerful though, so it's all right. Yes, it is. If I win on easy, I realise that is by no means guaranteed, Debago. Also, firebomb is completely useless on this ship because fires just go out immediately, and there's no crew, so I might as well just not use it. Nit says, surely she'll win, she has a good pilot. I have the best pilot. Although Dr. Blowhigh was also a very memorable pilot. I do have the one and only Harry the Fifth. Okay, maybe not the one and only. The five and only. The five and only Harrys. Good news. I can get more scrap before I go to store. Let's go to distress. What is distressing you, NG bomber ship? Thanks for responding to our beacon. Our FTL has gone haywire. We can't plot a course to get it fixed. You didn't hear about Sector 1 then, when I completely ignored somebody after telling them I'd lead them to their destination. Everybody say hello to DJ Blowhigh. Okay, that's probably enough of that. This is Blowhigh. He is soft and cuddly, and we love him. And he is also a DJ today, apparently. Oop. She left. I'm alone, says Nit. Well, don't worry. I only left to get Blowhigh. I'm back. I wasn't gone long. Oh, right. You're talking about the pilots. Yes. He's the best pilot, isn't it? Dr. Blowhigh was an incredible pilot, especially given that he was only on the crew as the medic and had no pilot training whatsoever. Okay. Not sure if I can keep these headphones on Blowhigh, but we'll certainly give it a go. We also have a show outfit redeemed from LT Bago. So let's give that a go as well. Today I have this very nice cardigan and my flowery skirt. I hope you like. Wow, things are happening. Okay, that does not go well with the FDL music, but hello Rooney! Welcome in. Thank you for raiding with your party of 6 viewers. Hello Harry, hello Red Oleander, hello Hurricane, hello Kurjo, hello Rooney, hello Otto, best protector. Hope you all had a good stream. Rooney, please let me know what you were streaming and how it went. I am going to take a quick peek because I think I know what you were doing today. Sorry I wasn't able to lurk today, by the way, Rooney. I usually manage to lurk in your streams. Today was a little bit busy for me. Yes, okay, you were continuing with Jade Empire. So Rooney plays a lot of RPGs. Things like Red Dead Redemption I've really enjoyed watching you play. You played Cyberpunk recently, you played The Last of Us. Jade Empire is the current one. Hope that is going well. And thank you, Hurricane, for redeeming your flower of the day. Thank you, Otto, for redeeming Golden Sapphire. Hurricane had Common Rock Rose. Thank you, Kurjo, for redeeming Mugwort. Nit says, I'm getting cold. If I can be back, I'll try to say hi again, but I need to go now. Good luck. Sorry to hear that, Nit. Goodbye, and hope everything goes okay. And yes, we will try our best to secure a victory here. Rooney, thank you for redeeming Blackcurrant as your flower of the day. Thank you, Harry, for clipping the DJ Blowhigh. I tried my best, okay? I've fetched Blowhigh a lot on this stream. I've been doing this for nearly 2 years. It's hard to think of new ideas. But I thought of one. Okay, also, oh, hi, hi there, Mora, good to see you. I just missed your message because of the raid, sorry about that. Yes, to the raid that's coming in, we were just having a bit of fun redeeming Blowhigh and stuff like that, but we are playing a game called FTL Faster Than Light. It's a game where you shoot at spaceships in space, and do other things sometimes. And we've been trying to beat it on normal difficulty, but normal is actually hard. And so we're attempting a run on easy difficulty right now, just so that I've shown a victory on stream, and if I get that, I will switch back to normal for the next run. I'm sorry, DJ Blowhigh, I'm going to have to remove your headphones. Just so that I can support you correctly on the stream, but thank you for your awesome mixes that you make for us. LTBago says, Blowhigh could do with some wireless headphones. Wired is really going to restrict the swimming. Yes, that is very true, T-Bago. We'll see. I have to get you some AirPods, Blowhigh. How about that? Or possibly water pods. Right. Before all that happened, we just promised this ship that we were going to lead it out of the sector, and they'd generously given us some scrap, and we were also given a quest marker, which is all the way down here. Can we make it down there? well, we can make it down there. I don't know if we can make it back to the exit or not, but we should perhaps give it a go. In which case, I won't go to this fight. I'll just go straight to the store. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's going to be close, but I think we can make it. Here we go. A few small ships are visible on the vid screen, and you almost activate weapons targeting. However, sensors indicate they are simply honest merchants. The pirates must be making you jumpy. You message them, asking about their wares. Harry says it might work with the Nebula's assistance. Yes, that is true. I do have the benefit of the last 2 jumps being in the Nebula. Okay. The good news is I didn't miss out on weapons pre-igniter. I am almost running out of fuel again. Partly because I gave away a bunch. I could buy drone control. I can't afford drone control and a defense 2 drone. And a drone recovery arm, which would be amazing, because then you don't use your drone parts unless your drones are destroyed. Stealth weapons lets you shoot while cloaked. That's okay. I think it's not great. I'm tempted to get another crew member, to be honest. But I'm definitely buying fuel. Let me buy all the fuel just because. Maybe I don't need another crew member. I have 5, and I think 5 or 6 is a good number. And I could easily get another crew member through a random event. So I think maybe I'll not buy another crew member. I don't think I particularly need any of those. So yeah, we'll leave it at that. Since I've just been to a store, we'll do some ship upgrades then. So I am still trying to save up for this, the 125 scrap. I'm going to need at least 1 more point of power to do that, so I'll get the point of power now. So then I can just not use cloak. So now I just need to save up to 125 scrap, and I'll be able to have 3 weapons going at once. And everyone knows that 3 weapons are better than 2. An asteroid field. It's a shame I can't go straight from the store to here. Can I go here and then round like this? Do 1, 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5, 5, 5.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. I think I might actually be able to get there if I go like this. I'm very tempted to get out my tape measure, but I think I might still be too far back for that to help. Rooney says I'm going to head out to get myself some food. No problem, Rooney. Thank you once again for that raid. Hope you've been having a good weekend, and I wish you all the best for the week ahead. Enjoy your food. I'm going to go here. We'll see if we can make this work. At first, it appears you have arrived in an empty system. But a ship appears from behind a planet and hails you. Aha! I am the Dread Pirate Tuco, prepared to die. I'm sure I've killed you at least 3 times in this game already. But sure. Right, let's see if we can set you on fire. They have a missile, but I can cloak through their first missile. And probably the shield. I'll take out the missile because they've only got 1 shield. Yeah, cloak through that. Okay, missile launcher is down. Now let's try setting them on fire. Okay, they are on fire. Now we shoot their weapons again. Yeah, the challenge is going to be killing the crew without destroying the ship. I feel like that might actually be quite difficult. So the firebomb doesn't damage the ship. But it does damage systems, so it will eventually cause damage when the system takes full damage. And I could start a fire in a systemless room, but then the crew might not bother repairing it for a while. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's possible. It's just going to require a lot of missiles. Yeah. Like, I think this might work if I just leave this now. Because the enemies aren't smart enough to vent their ships to the atmosphere. Oh, actually, they might put this out. That would be annoying. Because, yeah, if I have to fire another one... Yeah, if I have to fire another one, that's 4 missiles to take out one ship. Which is really not worth it. Like, the extra scrap reward is not worth it in that case. Oh, don't tell me I'm going to need another missile. This is the other problem with this strategy. Is it's really, really tedious. Because this NG with 13 hit points is not going to go back and repair the weapons. But eventually the fire should spread. Otherwise I've got to use another... That will be 5 missiles. For, what, 20% more scrap, which is definitely not worth it. So, yeah, turns out this is a stupid strategy and you shouldn't do it. Now, if this weapon didn't use missiles, on the other hand, it would be a great strategy. That's why it was so good that first run I did when I had the fire beam. That's why that seemed like such a good idea. Because the fire beam doesn't require a missile. It does require you to take the shields down, but that's all it requires. Oh, also, we might just destroy the ship anyway by mistake, because it'll take damage from the O2 system going down. Yeah, only 1 point of damage there. Okay, I'm bored now. I'm bored now. Don't tell me that the fire's going to go out by itself because the oxygen's gone. I hate this game. Well, talk amongst yourselves. There's no fast forward option either. This game needs a speed control, so fast forward. But for the people like Nit who have 100%ed the game, forget the no pause challenge. No pause on like 2 times speed. That would be fun. So we're just going to wait for this NG to eventually die. There we go. There are no more life signs remaining on the ship. All that for about 9 extra scrap. I feel like I probably shouldn't bother. Nothing. Okay. Distress. Your cockpit lights up with warning signals. You are being targeted by a nearby ship. The distress call was a lure to attract unwitting ships into weapons range. Well, joke's on you. I would have come here whether it was a distress or not. You prepare for a fight. Okay. Good news, they have a Zoltan. They're easier to kill because they only have half health. They might actually be able to damage me though. Yeah, let me hit weapons because this is a burst laser too. Yeah, they can damage me. But then let me do this. Okay. Okay. Mostly killed the Zoltan, but not entirely, sadly. Okay, there we go. With just that iron weapon powered up, they can't actually do anything. Prioritising oxygen over piloting, but then they're prioritising staying alive over games. So I could use yet another missile to take them out. Yeah, I think that's what makes this. It's not whether it's a good or bad strategy, but it's not a fun strategy, and that's the fact that the optimal play is to sit here for several minutes and do nothing and wait for the ship to burn down, which is not nearly as fun as shooting it. I personally enjoy shooting ships, so I think I might abandon this firebomb and do that instead. But we'll finish this one now we started it. The other thing is there's that achievement for having every square of a ship on fire. And I feel like that's a lot easier to achieve with the fire beam. Because the fire beam puts like 3 whole rooms on fire at once. Whereas they got the weapons back online. The fire bomb can only put like 2 or 3 squares on at once. Yeah, there is also the problem that this ship keeps hitting me. Is like another problem is I'm not actually safe here. I think I'm going to have to shoot the weapons again. Okay, crew is dead. Yes, this is just not a viable strategy, I think. If it doesn't work on easy, it's probably never going to work. Right, you go back to your places. Yeah, we can now afford that, and we can afford 3 weapons online at once with power rearranged. I'll tell you what, we'll have burst laser and pike beam, and then we'll choose between these depending on what the ship is like. But we'll definitely leave these 2 on. How about that as a compromise? Right. Let's go. Wait, crap. There is a problem. I didn't realise there was no path here. We can't get back from the quest. Don't tell me this is another quest we can't actually complete. I love the synchronized horror emotes from Harry and Tibago. Okay, I'm going to complete the quest. We'll fight the rebels if we have to. I'm determined to complete this quest. Okay, thank you for the 1 reactor point that I didn't need. That's awesome of you. Let's go and fight a ship. It's Emma's fault for not planning properly. You arrive in an asteroid belt to discover that a rebel automated scout has been stationed here. Prepare for a fight. Okay, I am prepared for a fight. No point using the fire beam on this one. Wait, it doesn't have shields. Okay, so what the rebels have done here, the rebels have parked an automated station in an asteroid field with no shields. So I'm not going to shoot it at all, and it's just going to die to asteroids. How is it even here? How did it survive that long in an asteroid field? Well, that was the easiest fight we've ever had. Just sit there and wait for the enemy ship to explode on its own. Good job, Rebel Fleet. Once you arrive, your screen lights up with warnings. A nearby pirate seems to have advanced hacking tools and they've tried to shut down your engines. Your crew manages to keep them barely operational and you move into attack. Okay, so our engines are down to 1 point of power. Do we try and burn them or not? Probably not. I think we probably just shoot everyone down. Let's do some shooting. I suppose if I shoot here and here, maybe I could kill the crew anyway, even without the whole fire beam thing. They do have a missile. Let's float through that. Okay, I guess I mistimed that cloak because they still managed to, they managed to hit me. That's okay. Let's use the beam as well. So yeah, this is how good the height beam is. If you, yeah, there we are. Look, you can hit 6 rooms with it. So that's 6 points of damage, and that's enough to kill the ship. So long beam is long, and ship is on fire. Please do the fire. Thank you. Dragon Girl is going to bed. Good night, Dragon Girl. Thank you for dropping by. Enjoy the week ahead. Bestest Dragon. Okay. Please power the shields. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, we only just miss out on getting home in time, but we do need to. We do need to fight the rebel fleet for permission to exit the sector. Sadly, it was very close. Your ship emerges quite far away from the beacon. You see a rebel ship waiting nearby on Dudley Station to look for you. Hope to stay hidden. Isn't this like it's a blue option, but isn't it bad because we don't have to fight them? Let me try it anyway just to see what happens. Okay, we don't fight. Oh, wait, that was a nebula. Okay, no, we do make it to the exit. Okay. Thank God for that. That was a nebula, so we didn't have to fight. The rebels moved at half speed. We didn't have to fight anyone. We make it out. Ooh, Slug Home Nebula. Okay, so the Slug Home Nebula, this is the sector that I visited last run, but it was Sector 7. And I found the quest, and in fact, Nit told me what to do to get the next stage of the quest. The problem is I was so far through the run already. I was at the end of Sector 7 that the game didn't give me the quest. It said, "Oh, sorry, you're too far through the game." So perhaps this time I will be able to find the quest and actually do it. So we are definitely going to the Slug Home Nebula. Interesting emotes there from Harry. Harry, by the way, as a Snail Simulator fan, have you purchased the Full Metal Slug DLC that was recently released for Snail Simulator? It allows you to remove your shell, which is quite an interesting thing to be able to do. Given that the hat doesn't move, so your hat just floats in midair. Hello, ZLG Creates. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good Sunday. It is good to see you. This nebula is home to the telepathic slugs. They'd sell their own slime for a crate of scrap, but they much prefer to just take it. ZLG says I got FDL as part of a humble bundle and knew someone that was into it. How are you liking it? I haven't tried it yet. I think it is very good. I like the soundtrack. The gameplay is fun. It's very hard. I would definitely recommend starting out on easy difficulty, ZLG. The normal difficulty is hard, and the hard difficulty is very hard. I do have a few other people in the community who play it, including now Harry. But we have been graced with 2 expert players of the game in this stream, including Nit, who was here but sadly had to go, who has 100%ed the game and has been offering a lot of advice. But yes, I thoroughly recommend it, ZLG, especially if you already own it. Anyone who doesn't own it, here is Steam link. And, well, you can listen to the music. Actually, the slug music is probably one of the weaker ones, but the soundtrack to this game is amazing. Nice, sounds like a good time. Okay, I'm glad you think so. Right, we have exactly one option for where to go first. Despite this being a nebula, we have to start out with 2 non-nebula jumps. And the first one is experience an ion storm, so that's nice. You arrive in the middle of a plasma storm. Despite the harsh conditions, a rebel scout seems to be waiting for you. Okay, so we have no oxygen, no cloak, no medbay. Our engines are at minimum power. We have 1 shield, but our weapons are online, so... Actually, the only... They've got a pike beam, but yeah, like, if I... This is 0% dodge, so they're... but 2 shields, so they're guaranteed a hit. This is 1 shield, 19% dodge, so they have a chance at 2 hits. I almost wonder if it's better to just cloak through their burst laser too. I wouldn't normally cloak through a laser, but that might actually be the correct play here, which is fascinating. In which case I don't need shields, and I can do that. Okay. Well, I'll know when their burst laser is charged because... Oh, there's a boarding drone as well, that's nice. I'll know when their burst laser is charged because my burst laser will be charged. So I can cloak now. They shouldn't be able to hit me. Yeah, okay. We could die from this boarding drone though. I need to be careful with this soul turn. Actually, I can pull Harry off of piloting because we're not going... our engines are off. We're not going anywhere. And now I can shoot the ship. Oh, it's got no ship. I've just... I could have pike beamed it anyway. They're so low on power, they don't actually have their shields up at all. So we can just kind of shoot them, which is fascinating. Trying to escape. Yeah, that's not going to go well for you, my friends. As soon as I've charged my weapons again, I think you may be dead. Put the engine back on. Just shoot random things. Don't let Vader die. Don't let Harry die. We've killed the boarding drone, but the problem with boarding drones is they also make a hole in the ship, which is unfortunate. Right, that's the enemy neutralised. Once everyone's healed, go and repair the hole in the ship, and then heal yourself again. And then go back to where you were. ZLG, thank you so much for redeeming your first ever flower of the day. Yes, thank you. New garden, says LT Bago. I have this redeem where every time you visit my stream, you can get a different British wildflower and slowly build up a wildflower garden. Fat hen is an interesting name for a plant, not the overweight bird. No, fat hen is actually a type of orache. I don't know where specifically the name fat hen came from. Looks up flower. There's a hen and chick succulent, says ZLG. Yes, although that's not the same thing as fat hen. Hello, Matcha Catcher. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Thank you for redeeming Cranberry as your flower of the day. Is this a new playthrough? Yes, Matcha. At the end of last stream, we got all the way to the final boss. And the fight was going quite well right up until the end when we died horribly. But we did manage to fight the final boss. I've put the difficulty down to easy now, so hopefully we can win. ZLG says, what's up? K-Bago says, the sky, planes, stars, Superman. ZLG says, as I get older, sometimes I'll answer with my blood pressure. That is very true. Okay, let's jump somewhere where we actually have power. That would be a good idea. There we go. Power has been restored. You arrive at the beacon and immediately detect a pirate ship. It seems this distress beacon was a trap. Well, it's a trap, but I have power, so it's not that bad of a trap. You can shoot through my 2 shields. My next priority for upgrades definitely should be 3 shields. We're starting to encounter enemies that can shoot through 3 shields, or even 4 to be honest. But 1 volley from these weapons, this is quite a powerful set of weapons. 1 volley from these is, well, I shall demonstrate 1 volley from these by doing this. No, I can hit another room. There we are. Their ship is quite dead now. And once I hit them again, it will be really dead. And once I hit them again with this, it will be completely dead, I think. Oh, no, too short, but yeah. We will not accept surrender. The ship explodes, leaving behind a substantial collection of useful scrap material, including a system repair drone, which we don't need, but we can sell it at a store, so it's still a good thing to get. We really need to upgrade our engine. Okay, I'm going to upgrade shields first. Then our next priority should be engine, but I'll leave that for a moment. Harry is providing 7 bonus evade now, and we're also getting 7 from engines because Sabu has a mastery in engines. So yeah, it's better than it would be, but I would like to have a number bigger than 29%. 29% is not huge. Let's try and save up some more scrap for that. Thingy. Okay, we do still have long-range scanners. I was just checking because it seems like it's saying there's no ships here at all. There are a few more vicious beasts in the galaxy, and the slug is back to the wall. The faltering ship, armed with fire weapons, uses a remote hacking tool to destroy and disable your door system. They're going to burn you out. That's not a good sign. Oh, there's some discussion about plants happening. LT Bagger says fat hen, origin late 18th century, said to be so named because the seeds were eaten by poultry. Atriplex prostrator, not sure I've seen this before, interesting plant. Oh yes, Matcha says name the ship, what's the ship name? Yes, I have a redeem to name the ship as well as name the crew members. Right now we have Harry G the 5th, Sabu, RVD, Vader and Dr. Manhattan as our crew members, and the ship is called Cherry Blossom. I can't show you the ship name while I'm in a fight, but it does get put on the high score table, so redeeming ship name is a good way to get a permanent legacy on my high score table, I guess. ZLG says that the plant is a halophyte, which is a plant that's tolerant to salt. The space slugs don't want to be our friends. Well, no, they don't like our salt-tolerant plants, I guess. But yeah, you can get slug crew members, Ben. We actually had one a while back. But no, nobody in this galaxy wants to be our friends, is the general rule of things, sadly. I love how there's so much botany research going on in chat without me even having to look at anything. Let's shoot here and hopefully take down the shields. There we go, and then do that. Okay. Everything should be pretty dead at this point. Yeah. Wiki says it's a facultative halophyte, which further tells me it's a plant that can handle salty or fresh water. Very adaptable. Oh, and hello to Tiny Toxic Tofu, who says, ooh, the laser drag. Hello, by the way. Yes, Tofu, I don't know if you've ever seen or played this game. This is FDL Faster Than Light. A game about shooting spaceships in space, so it's very fun. We have been playing on normal difficulty, but it was too hard for us, we kept dying, so we've gone down to easy difficulty. I didn't know you could do that, says Tofu. Tofu is an amazing streamer, by the way. I'm going to give a shout out. Tiny Toxic Tofu. Plays video games, is very amusing, but also is an educational streamer. Talks a lot about physics. You could have fun trying to explain the physics of this game, but it bears very little resemblance to any real physics. You can maybe try to explain why the fact that I'm in an ion storm means I have no sensors on my ship, but yes, the whole faster than light travel thing, that's an area of physics that has been very well explored in science fiction, despite not actually existing in any meaningful way. Easy is kicking my ass, says Tofu. Ooh. That is, well, it's good news that you're playing the game, Tofu. Yes, there are different weapons in this game. There's the lasers that you just target, and then there's a beam weapon that you drag across the ship and say exactly where you want to hit. Which is a lot of fun. Okay, we have a choice of ship, or no ship. Let's go to ship. Your sensors are no match for the slug's telepathic abilities. A ship you never even saw opens fire from astern. I couldn't see it, it's here. Yes, this pike beam is a beam weapon, and a beam weapon is a weapon where you draw a line where you want it to shoot. Whereas the other ones, you just say where on the ship you want to shoot. Yes, Matcha, you're still not allowed to use the start command. I am totally sorry. Okay, they actually have some decent weapons. I should cloak. There we go. Once I finish cloaking, I should shoot them. Whoop-ow, and also whoop-ow. Altibago says, my fave in Star Trek Voyager is when Janeway and Paris go faster than Warp 10 and turn into slugs and have slug babies. You have bested us. Will you accept what is in our stores in exchange for our lives? You're not even telling me what's in your stores. Well, let's see what's in their stores. Maybe they've got a weapon or something like that. Okay, they didn't. I should have just killed them. Never mind. I wanted to see if that was a different dialogue choice because they didn't show me an offer beforehand. Thank you for redeeming drink water and stretch, Tibago.
Twin flower, twin sisters, cinnamon vine, deer vine, Linnea borealis.
No mercy, says Matcha. That's the way I've been playing that game so far. You get if you accept their surrender offer, you tend to get more like fuel or missiles or stuff like that. Whereas if you don't accept their surrender, you get more scrap. And most of the time you want scrap above anything else. So it makes sense not to. Thank you for keeping me stretched and hydrated. Remember that proper hydration is important for everybody, not just streamers. So if you've been sitting for a while, you take a sip of water, get up and walk around a bit. So we're taking a quick break, but I'm not going anywhere when I'm not playing video games on the internet. I am a botanist in real life, and I like to share that with my viewers by giving the option to pick any British wildflower, and I'll talk about it. Altibago has picked twin flower, also known as twin sisters cinnamon vine or deer vine. I am not familiar with that one. I have a feeling it's a garden plant, but I will check. I'll have a look in my book in just a moment. I have finished my stretches. Okay, that's a good one. This plant had better have 2 flowers, or I'm going to be disappointed. Twin flower. Okay, that plant has 2 flowers. I think I can see why it's called twin flower, but if anyone wants to speculate, you're welcome. Whilst I fetch my botany book. Turn down, so I'm just turning down the sound a little bit. Ren and T-Bagger are thinking about it. Okay, what was the Latin name? Linnae. I'm never sure how you're supposed to pronounce these Latin names that have. I swear they all have more vowels than consonants. Like, this is the family that contains maples and sycamores and stuff. It's got 4 vowels and only 1 consonant. That's too many vowels. And they only get worse from there. Okay, Linnea borealis. Linnea borealis. There it is. Okay. 1067. Quite extensive wiki, says LTBago. Thanks for letting me know. I will check out the wiki once I am done with book. Okay, it is a native species. I take that back. It's not a garden plant. Native species, but it's only native to Scotland, which is why I'm not familiar with it. In fact, not only is it only native to Scotland, it's only found in Scotland and 1 site in the far north of England. Why does it look like ovaries to me, Matcha? Well, I guess because there's 2 of them, 1 on each side, it looks a bit like that. But there we go. Twin flower. A mat-forming, creeping perennial herb of native pine woods and plantations of Pinus sylvestris, that's Scots pine, occasionally in birch woods and rarely as a relic of former woodland cover. Populations are fragmented as a result of loss of pinewood habitat into a series of mainly self-incompatible populations. The majority of populations in its core range are sustained through vegetative reproduction in isolated patches containing 1 or a few clones, within which there are no immediate prospects for future seed production. A program of artificial transplantation of clones to restore seed set within patches is underway. The distribution is stable within its core range, centered on the Cairngorms National Park. There's been an increase in recorded instances as a result of more intensive surveying. However, losses have occurred outside this area. Some of these populations may derive from accidental or deliberate introductions, including all populations in northern England, which were presumably introduced with tree seedlings. So yeah, it's in a bit of a difficult spot. This can happen with plants if the population declines too far. There's not enough genetic material for it to cross-pollinate and set seed and reproduce. That doesn't immediately mean the species will die out, because plants can reproduce vegetatively as well, which is basically the plant spreads by itself, and every new plant that gets created is an exact genetic copy of its parent. But for a species to be healthy, it needs genetic diversity, it needs genetic mixing, it needs natural mutation in order to adapt to changing conditions and so on. So it's not a good state for a species to be in. And that state is entirely human caused. It's caused by habitat loss of deforestation in Scotland. And yes, fortunately there is a program in place to try and halt that. I am going to look at the quite extensive wiki to which Altibago refers. Tofu is taking notes. Very interesting. Or possibly agreeing with Match that it looks like ovaries. I don't know. I have other pictures that look less like ovaries. It's just a bit less obvious that it's got exactly 2 flowers on each stem. You can sort of see here. There's 2 there, 2 there, 2 there. So maybe that picture is preferred. But let me see what the wiki says. Twin flower. So yes, commonly known as twin flower. It's actually in the honeysuckle family. And it's actually named after Carl Linnaeus, who is basically the inventor of modern botany. Not only of modern botany, but of binomial nomenclature, which is the practice of giving 2 Latin word names to species, which is done not only for plants but also for animals and bacteria and all sorts of things. So yes, it's self-incompatible, requiring cross-pollination. So some plants can actually pollinate themselves and spread that way. So the resulting plants are still genetically identical, but they can do it. And those plants are a bit more resistant to population loss. But this one is what's called self-incompatible. So it can't pollinate itself. It has to cross-pollinate with another plant. If there are too few plants remaining, that can't happen. And yeah, plants have different methods of pollination as well, and some can disperse pollen a long way. If, for example, they're pollinated by insects versus if they're pollinated by other means. Linnea plants often spread by stolons from clonal patches of the same genotype. So a clonal patch is when a single plant has just spread by itself and you end up with a big area of what look like lots of individual plants, but if you genetically tested every one of those plants, they would all be identical. Described by Carl Linnaeus, and ultimately named after him. The English name twin flower refers to the plant's paired flowers. We figured that one out. It's not just found in Scotland. So although its habitat is somewhat threatened in this country, it does grow in other countries. Europe, in the Alps, northern Japan, and in Asia. Also on the west coast of North America. So from northern California up north from there, and also in the Appalachian Mountains. So quite a few places around the world. Clonal patches can be long persisting, in some places remaining extant even if seed is not produced. Yes, which I think is what saved it in this country. It was presumably common in areas south of its present range during the Ice Age. And its clone-forming perennial growth has allowed it to survive within this former range. Oh, that's interesting. So it would have, when global temperatures were cooler and much of its current range, including Scotland, was covered by ice, it would have been found further south, and it's managed to persist in that further south range for a long time because of this clonal growth. So yeah, I didn't realise it could actually persist for thousands of years, like even as far back as the Ice Age, but apparently it might have done that. Interesting. In Great Britain, this is listed as nationally scarce, growing mainly in open pine woodlands in Scotland. It's an indicator species of ancient woodlands. So in the UK, most of our woodlands are not ancient. We cut down all our ancient woodlands long ago, and they're mostly plantations now that are just grown for timber. But we do still have a few small patches of ancient woodland. And one way you can be certain that woodland is ancient is look for certain wildflower species that only grow there. Sparseness of those sites is responsible for the continued decline of the plant in the country, which is a conservation concern because it can't repopulate itself with viable seed for the reasons we've discussed. Yeah, okay. It's okay, and it's also there's also a conservation project in the United States because it's declining there for the same reason. There is a nice leaf pick on the wiki too. I know you like a nice leaf, says Aldibago. I do like a nice leaf. Let's actually share all of the wiki pictures because they're all good. Is it's showing the fact that there's 2 flowers. Here is somebody holding up an leaf, and here's a whole patch of them. Can I tile things like? Does Windows let you do that anymore? Oops, not like that. It doesn't. Okay, that's as good as you're going to get. 3 pictures of this plant. But yes, that is twin flower. Glad to hear that you're learning something, Tofu. As I say, my educational segments pale in comparison to tiny toxic tofus, but I do try to add some of that to my streams. So I'm just going to put these books back quickly. I will show you where you can find it as well. For that, I usually load up the BSBI's database. This is I have access to the actual underlying records, which are not public, but the website that has the maps on is available to the public. So anyone can go there and type in a flower name, find out where in the country it grows. In this case, the answer is really only in this area of the, as I say, mostly in the Cairngorms National Park in Scotland, which is a large part of this area here, with a few sites outside of that. This is also one of the larger areas that still has native pine forest on it. And yeah, there have been records in England. The lighter squares here are older records. This one is from 1950s, so it's unlikely to still be there. But the book speculated that these might have come from pine trees being brought here because there are conifer plantations here for timber, which use Scots pine, but Scots pine doesn't natively grow here, so those would have had to have been brought from Scotland. There's also one here, which is in Scotland, but only just. The border is there. And that probably got there via the same means. Not found in Ireland, not found anywhere in the south of England. So I've certainly never seen it before. Would be nice to see it one day. But I don't know. So many places to visit and so little time. This one was a good mix of interesting and very pretty flower. Well, thank you, Teabagger. I'm glad you think so. Here is a pretty flower for you to look at while I get set up again with and blow high and some music. And then we shall get back to the game. Where we just taken the surrender option from this ship, which we probably shouldn't have bothered doing. There we go. Okay, I said I was going to save up for a store. That's the reason that I haven't bought any more engine yet. I think we'll be alright for now. If I go here, I have to go to a location with no ship, but if I go here, I have to go to a location with no ship, and I get more options if I go down, so I'll go here. The Mantis attack ship here looks to have been hunting slugs on their home turf. A rare test of honour for the mightiest Mantis crews. Weapons up. Aha, we have Mantis boarding. So Mantis are the most powerful attacking alien species. They do more damage. That's their special ability. Other aliens have other abilities. Our special ability is that we can do much more damage than them. So who cares if they attack us? Not as long as we don't die. How many different rooms can I hit with this? I can hit 5 like that. Is there any way I can do more than 5? That's 5. That's 5. I think 5 is probably the most. Let's hit 5, but let's include the shields in those 5. Probably the safest thing to do. There we go. You need medical attention, and so do you. Okay, they just shut off our doors. I think we'll be alright without them. Still no sign of a store. We'll go here. Nothing there. Okay. Ah, a store. Okay. I mean, we've got 150. I feel like, if possible, you want to go to a store with at least 150 scrap, because that's the most expensive, useful thing I think you can be offered. A slug transport ship is stationed near the beacon with a military escort ship. They message you. We have been waiting for a customer for ages. Care to see our wares? Sure, what have you got? Before we get ahead of ourselves, I need to explain some ground rules of our transaction. These are dangerous times, yes? First, we accept no trades, coupons, or refunds. Purchases are final. Understand? Understand. We hold no liability for product damaged post-sale. We offer no insurance or customer service. Not a problem. Not a problem. During our discussion, my man has taken the liberty of disabling your weapons to prevent any complications while completing our transaction. Yeah. They do like to do that. So unfortunately we don't get to buy anything from them. Instead what happens is our weapons get switched off. And then we have intruders. The good news is the intruders are only slugs, not mantises, so they're a bit easier to fight. The bad news is we can't shoot the enemy ship. So all we can really do is charge up our FTL and then run away. But that's okay, we shall charge up our FTL and run away. We shall also cloak if they fire a missile at us. Honestly, there's not much to do now until the FTL is charged. I guess if we... that's a pretty cruel plot by the slugs, says Harry. I agree. If we had drones, it only says weapons were disabled. So presumably if we had drones, if we had combat drones, the combat drones could still attack the ship. But as it is, I don't think we have a way of defeating them. We should probably heal though. Ah, okay, they did hit us. I'm still going to jump because we're guaranteed to get to a store, which will be safe. I wonder if you jump out of this fight and then back again, do your weapons get disabled again, or can you then actually fight them? That would be interesting to find out. Okay. We have the option to hire crew members. I think we have enough crew members. I don't think we need either of these systems. Shield charge booster would be nice. Stealth weapons, drone recovery arm. Tofu says, at least you have scrap going to the store. I keep being broke. Yes, it's a good idea unless you absolutely need to spend scrap to stay alive. It's generally a good idea to save up some scrap for when you visit the store, because not only can you spend scrap to repair, but you can also spend scrap to buy upgrades, obviously. Tofu, by the way, if you're playing on normal difficulty, be aware that normal in this game equals very, very hard, and hard equals even harder. If it's your first game, I would advise trying it on easy first. There's definitely no shame in doing that. I'm going to repair, I think, most of the way. I think I'm alright for fuel now. I don't think... I mean, Zoltan is tempting because a Zoltan comes with effectively a free point of energy. Which means that... and it would cost... Is it either 25 or 30 scrap to get a point of reactor energy? So you're kind of getting a body that can move around and repair things for only 30 scrap. So it's tempting to get another Zoltan. But I do also want the shield charge booster, I think. I don't think either of these two are that good. I'm going to get shield charge booster and a Zoltan. Harry and Tofu exchanging hugs over the difficulty of FDL. If anybody would like to redeem Name a Crew Member, we do have a new one on board, currently called GM Foe. I wonder where these original names, these default names come from. I don't remember whether there was some sort of crowdfunder or something for this game that people might have contributed names to. I think putting 2 Zoltan in the shields might be good, because then we get a full point of shield that's like Zoltan powered, and then we can just run our weapons as well. Vader is still damaged, so let's fix that. Okay. We still haven't found the slug quest. I'll probably go to the distress just in case. I can't remember if the quest is indicated as a distress or not.
Duracell.
Okay, we have a name for the Zoltan. I mean, it's an appropriate name since they provide power to nearby systems. There we go. Thank you for that contribution, Ren. Much appreciated. We have a Zoltan named Duracell. The distress call appears to be emanating from a slug ship caught in open space by a Mantis radar. They contact you on emergency frequencies. Please, we'll give you all we have if you save us. Do we attack the Mantis ship, the slug ship, or option 3, of all the species in the galaxy, these two deserve one another, power up the jump drive? Let's save our slug friends, and I use the term friends very loosely. They have promised us a reward if we do. You lock onto the Mantis ship and engage. Yeah, this ship isn't too scary. They have a teleport, but yeah. I'm not too worried about that. So let's just charge some weapons and shoot them, shall we? Let's try not to die. I always forget how quickly Mantis can attack. Okay. This is dead. Oh, they were just attacking RVD and not Vader, that's why. I wasn't expecting their health to be depleted so quickly. It's all good, they didn't die. Chip is dead. The Mantis defeated, you contact the weakened slug vessel. You see, they begin. We are most grateful, but that is, we do not currently have the liquid assets to reward you at this time. We leave them be or finish them off? Hello, Nit. Welcome back. Nit says I had time to come back. How's the run coming along? We've acquired another Zoltan named Duracell. We're currently in the Slug Home Nebula, although I don't seem to have found the Slug quest, which is a shame because I found it last run in Sector 7 and then it told me that we didn't have time to do the quest before the end of the game, which is very annoying, so I was hoping to find them again. Yeah, and we've abandoned our fire beam and we're just using these weapons now. Nit says finish them off, of course. Blood for the blood god. Yeah, that's what I was going to do. Yes, we did also have our botany segment, which was a flower called Twin Flower. Slug Quest isn't hard to find, just need to know where it is. I mean, all things are easy to find if you know where they are. But thank you, Ned. I am going to finish them off. Aha! The slug captain hails you. A mistake, a simple mistake. Of course we can pay you. See, an augmentation has already transported. You allow them to leave with their lives. No. We should still attack them even after they give us the augmentation. Okay. So we got an automated reloader out of that. We are now full of augments, but we can always sell one if we wanted another one. So automated reloader, cooldown between weapon shots is improved by 10%. It's not bad, especially if we get it for free. Oh, I forgot to... I was going to sell my system repair drone because I don't have a drone system. But I forgot. That's okay. Yeah, we're kind of running out of... Slug quest isn't hard to do, just need to know what it is. Yes, we're kind of running out of space. I've been searching for the slug quest, and I haven't found it yet. I guess I'll go down here, because I know there's 2 more ships, and then... I don't know. It wasn't the distress... I can't remember if slug quest is a distress beacon or not, but it wasn't that distress beacon. Let's go here. Ren says, that reminds me of bad financial advice I saw online. Don't diversify your investments. Put all your money on in a few options that are sure bets. I mean, that is good financial advice if they are actually sure bets. The tricky part is knowing that they're sure bets. A slug passenger ship hails. Please, your worthy alien highnesses, we are unarmed and seeking asylum. You approach cautiously, and weapons immediately spring from their hull. It's slugs. What do you expect? Of course they do. Weapons are also immediately going to spring from my hull. Yeah. Really. Easy mode is a lot easier, isn't it? We don't really have to worry about getting hit by enemies very often. And having this pike beam helps as well. Unarmed slug is definitely an oxymoron. Will you accept what's in store in exchange for our lives? No, we didn't. We made the mistake of doing that once, and I'm not making that mistake again. Have some beam. These crafty slugs, says Ren. Indeed. Okay. I just hope it wasn't this. If this was the quest, I'm going to be annoyed, but we'll try here. See if this is the quest. Okay, I don't think this is the quest. That's annoying. Oh well. We can there's always next time. There's always next time. The slug vessel you encounter here has obviously made a big score and is looking to test its new armaments. They picked the wrong ship to attack. They certainly did. You know slug quest is the same as a slug fight, only difference is you need to accept surrender. Oh, do you? Oh, okay. I will accept surrender on this one then if it offers me. I did accept surrender on the first fight that offered me that. But you get such bad rewards. I suppose it's worth it if you get a quest. Okay. I will let you live. I mean, the Defense Drone Mark II is a pretty good reward. Too bad I don't have a drone system. We do have a store I can sell it at, though. The pain of the quest is that you don't know if you're getting the quest or getting scammed. Clearly, yes. That is an insane reward, LMAO. I realise. That's almost as good as Harry's Burst Laser Mark II reward that he shared in the Discord. A huge slug teleports from nowhere onto the bridge. Before you can open fire, he's spread his wares across the helm and is brandishing things at you. That's an aggressive marketing strategy. I'm guessing it's slightly bigger chance than 1 in 4,000 for a slug. Okay, we have new crew members. Weapons we don't particularly want. Well, I'm already full of augments, but I could sell one if I didn't want it. Is it worth buying drone control, given that I have a Defense 2 drone for free? Knit. Longest... If you equip 2 long-range scanners, does that turn into longest range scanner? Can you see even further? I wouldn't already have cloak. Fair enough. In that case, yeah. If I'm not going to go for drone control, well, some of them, yeah. It doesn't. I was just doing a joke. I think you can't even buy it. Yeah, some of the augments do stack. You can have multiple scrap recovery arms and that sort of thing. If I'm not going to get drone control, I will sell these. I'll hold on to this because I might get more power in the weapons system eventually. I'm going to buy more fuel just because that run where I ran out of fuel was really annoying. And I don't want to run out of fuel. I already have 6 crew. I don't think I need another crew member. I think we're fine. Although 2 of them are Zoltan, so they're a bit squishy. Whether it's worth having an NG to run around and repair things. Because everyone else is kind of doing something. Actually, no. Vader isn't doing anything. Vader has spent this entire run. Vader has spent this entire run on sensors while we've been in nebulas. And must feel pretty useless. Yeah, Vader can repair things if needed. I would just get engine to 5, but I'm not against buying Iron 1. Yeah, well, now that I've visited a store and decided I don't want anything, the next thing I was going to do would be upgrade engine. So let's do that. And yeah, I don't think we quite have time to go here. Well, actually we do have time to go there, it's just we'd have to fight the rebels on the way back if we did. Oh, never mind, no we don't. We don't have time to even go there. Okay, well we failed to get the quest, but never mind. We could always get the NG quest, because it's the NG homeworlds. Actually, is there an NG quest? Is there an NG quest in the NG homeworlds? Because we already unlocked the NG ship. But there must be something different in the homeworld, because otherwise there wouldn't be a homeworld. I mean, obviously I go to homeworld over NG controlled, right? Oh, it's the stealth quest. Okay. Yeah, obviously I go to homeworlds over NG controlled, so we'll do that. You have arrived in NG space. The fall of the Federation has brought tough times for these robotic life forms, but they're usually willing to help. Okay. Well, there's a ship, or there's not a ship. This is the problem with stealth ships. Who knows where they are? I think I'll go where there's a ship. That's usually a good idea. The rebel fighter here would seem to suggest elements of the rebel fleet are already making incursions on NG space. You move to engage. You can't get the quest, currently need an NG to activate it. Ah, okay. I was offered an NG at the previous store, but I had 6 crew already, so I didn't get one. Yeah, that's... I mean, I did... I didn't know that the next sector was going to be the NG homeworlds. You can't see on the sector map which... You can see the pattern of green, purple and red for civilian, nebula or hostile, but you can't see which faction it is. So I didn't know the NG homeworlds was coming, otherwise I'd have bought an NG. Never mind. Let's fire some rebels. Taste my burst laser 2 and burst laser 1. Ow. That was my oxygen. I was using that. Do you mind? Kind of using that. Please take 5 points of damage. No. Hoping that would be enough. Yeah, maybe I should have taken the NG just for repairing the O2. Seems like a good idea. I was using that. Oh, really? Oxygen is temporary, plus 25 scrap is permanent. Oh, LT Bango says stealth ships are easy to find if you know where they are. Yes. Thank you for that contribution. Okay, there's no ship here apparently, but it does show me a lot of other beacons, so I'm going to go here. Complex arrangements of ship hulls and FDL drive capacitors floating about in space suggest the engine were here not too long ago, but no longer. Ah, but they are over there. I mean, I could go to the store, get an NG crew member, and then find the stealth quest. I wonder if that's worth a shot. Well, they're offering an NG crew member. I guess I'll take them. I don't need another Zoltan. I've got 2 already. I'm not going to take... If I didn't take drone control with the Defense 2 drone, I'm not going to take it again. There are ion weapons. I really want any of that. Take some fuel. I'm still paranoid about running out of fuel. Okay. 1 NG crew member acquired. Let's see if we can find anything. Okay, ship distress. Does the Nit, does the stealth quest show up as a ship or a distress beacon, or is it just an empty beacon? Cute. Yes, all of Ophelia's emojis are very cute. She has a bunch of... thank you for doing the shout out. She has a bunch of little otters as emotes. The quest is an empty node. Okay, the bad news is there are a lot of empty nodes, but I suppose let's at least try and visit some empty nodes, just in case of the quest. What at first seems to be a simple nebula is actually filled with a good amount of debris from a brutal exchange between several ships. Wreckage drifts by your screens and tumbles into the depths of the nebula to be lost to sight. Hard to determine who the combatants were without closer investigation. Well, let's do some closer investigation then. That's a Zoltan ship. As you approach the wreckage, a Zoltan ship makes its arrival. It immediately mistakes you for one of the attackers, declares you as hostile aggressors in violation of Zoltan space, and opens fire. We're not in Zoltan space, we're in NG space. Silly Zoltans. Stealth quest can be long, but you only need an NG for the whole quest, so technically you can do it now. Thank you, Nit. Okay, we should probably do something about this ship. I mean, we have 2 Zoltans on board. Surely these guys should take pity on us. We have a crew member name as well for our NG. I can't name them while I'm in combat, but I'll name them afterwards. Assuming we survive. I don't think this ship can damage us. Oh, maybe it can if it gets lucky. Okay. Well, Zoltan shields, so all we can really do is shoot the shields to start with. I'm not the only one who's a fan of this music. Interesting ship layout, but we can still hit 5 rooms. And it is also dancing. Doesn't look like they're going to offer a surrender, so pew pew. Goodbye, Zoltans. Okay. Well, this beacon could be the quest. It's an empty one. You are immediately contacted by a settlement. Hello, travellers! Your ship seems to be outfitted for combat. Care to take up a bit of mercenary work? Listen to their offer. A space dock is under assault from the rebels. Although the dock is technically illegal within their laws, it's very important for our trade. We'll pay you in fuel and scrap if you promise to save them. Yeah, why not? Added a quest marker to your map. Well, we have a quest. It's all the way over there in the corner, which is a bit inconvenient, but we can get there before the rebels do, so I suppose we should go there. There must have been rich pickings for pirates around here up until war broke out. The pirate you encounter here looks worn down but hungry. You'll have to fight. Yeah, we will. Oh, that's a big ass missile. I might cloak through the missile. Nit says you can get Cloak level 3 if you really want the quest and need to dive in Rebel Fleet for it. I suppose. I'm at the moment I'm just playing the game casually. So I'm not going to go like, I'll get hints, but I won't like really try and go for a specific quest. I'll just like, what happens, it's fine. That said, let's take out some of these weapons, shall we? They are quite scary. 5 rooms? No. Stop cloaking! A big ass missile? Did we get into the beans again? Don't tell me that's going to be a thing. Okay. Kindly do not continue to exist. Much appreciated. Okay. Distress with a ship or quest? Well, I'm going to keep heading for this quest, so let's go here. There are a lot of people in distress in this sector, is all I can say. A ship without life forms within a nearby dense asteroid field is giving off the distress call. Shall we investigate? It could be dangerous. I mean, we're not ones to turn our backs on a little danger, are we? Ow. You find what appears to be pieces of a derelict ship coated with ice or crystal. Before you have a chance to dock, a few asteroids get past your shields and partially damage your engines. You'll have to pull out. Well, that's a shame. At least we tried. Another empty beacon. Aha! Blue option. Blue options are good. You arrive near a small fleet of civilian NG ships. A simple decryption and translation of their comm frequency tells you that they are having a frantic discussion about something obviously troubling them. Do we message them and ask if we can help, ignore it and move on, or blue option, have our NG crew member contact them? I'm going to take the blue option. Your crew member syncs with the comm unit to communicate with them directly. You offer your help and a summary of the ship's mission. They respond, our goals have analogous elements, however, not all available for disclosure, discretion necessary. We shall offer our help. Secret technologies stolen by Mantis, implicit connection to rebels, implicit, tracked Mantis to hidden rebel base uploading coordinates, added a quest marker to the next sector. Okay. However, tracked second ship to different base. Would calculate probability but data insufficient. Cannot risk obvious rebel NG conflict. Also, need time to acquire military ships. Assist in finding technology. Added another quest marker to the next sector. Well, it sounds like the next sector is going to be busy. Good, you'll have time for it, that's perfect. I'm glad to hear that. The intrigue, I know, Ren. If only we knew more. Okay, I have time to go to this quest, possibly even to this distress beacon. No, I don't have time to go here and then back to the quest. But I have time to go here and then here. And then exit. We'll do that. So this was our original quest, not the quest we just unlocked. That's in the next sector. Once you arrive at the beacon, you detect a rebel scout assaulting a compound on a nearby desolate moon. Engage the rebel and rescue the space dock or avoid a fight. Of course we're going to engage the rebel. Why would we not do that? Ah, I missed that. Haha, you missed. These rooms. Ah, hang on. They have a board drone. Oh no, anti-personnel drone. I thought that was a board drone. Okay, ship dead. What sector is this? The enemies feel so weak, says Nit. We are on sector 5, but we are on easy, remember. I have dropped the difficulty for easy to easy for this run because I'm determined to get a win on stream. So yes, the enemies are probably weaker than usual because of that. We're also in the NG homeworld, so it is a civilian sector. If that makes a difference. Ooh, the halberd beam. I wonder if it's worth upgrading our pike beam to a halberd beam. We can't have both because the halberd beam takes 3 energy points, so you'd need 9 in total, which you can't have. But compared to the pike beam, it does double the damage, although it's slower. So you can't cross as many rooms. But you can stick it in a corner of some rooms and easily get like 3 or 4 rooms. Not sure which is best. This one also takes longer to charge, but it's only like 17 seconds versus 16 seconds. Also, I keep running out of fuel this run. I'm going to buy more fuel. I don't need more crew. I have 7. Okay. Let's give up on the fire beam because it's kind of bad. And let's buy this. And can I afford to upgrade now? We don't need scrap for anything, right? I can just do this. There we go. Nit says, my opinion is that halberd is way better than his good positioning for maximum value. Yeah, you see, if you aim it sort of like this, you immediately hit 3 rooms and you've already done 6 damage because it's 2 damage per room. Yes, sorry, the fire bomb never really worked, Harry. Like Harry would say, how will you burn enemies to death now? Well, yeah, but we're going to laser beam them to death. Laser beaming them to death is cool too. Okay. Also, the fact that this quest gave us a store. Now we're being offered another store. Kind of interesting. But we won't have any scrap to spend at this other store. So this is a bit of a wasted jump, but never mind. Oh, what do you have at this store? Oh, of course it's this store that has the weapon pre-igniter and not the previous one. Really, game? Really? Really, game? Really? Okay, I can't afford it, I think, even if I sell, like, this and all of these. I can afford it. I can afford it if I sell all my weapons. Watch it somehow be the right decision even to sell all your weapons. No, I won't do that. It's okay. This is a really cool augment because you can shoot at the enemy immediately without having to charge up your weapons. Which means if you're lucky, you can disable their weapons before they ever shoot you. But never mind. We'll get it one day, I promise. It's not, you still need to win. Does selling all 3 augment plus pike beam give you enough though? I don't think so. 15, 20, that's 35, that's 57, that's 74, plus 19 is 93. So, no, it doesn't give me enough by about 30. I wish you could sell crew members. I can buy crew members. Why can't I? Why can't I sell crew members for scrap? Why can't I leave Harry the Fifth at the store for 10 scrap? I volunteer to be sold for scrap, says Teabagger. Oh, we have gold mastery in piloting and engines now, and almost weapons. Not shields because we got the Zoltans quite late in the game, but that's okay. I wish I could sell crew member Harry Green's side-eye. Harry immediately responds with side-eye. Nit says called it. Nit knows us too well. Okay. Right, okay, no weapon pre-igniter, but we did, the important thing is we got the quest. The important thing is we got the quest. It looks like this beacon is home to a rebel checkpoint. They're stopping and searching any ship that passes through. Civilians are being harassed and Federation members are detained. The rebels haven't noticed you yet. I assume this is an actual fight that gives me scrap and not just like the one fuel thing that you get in the if you have to fight the rebels. So let's fight them. Okay, they have an ship with an weapon on it. Yes, it's an actual fight. Yeah, that's fine. Yes, that doesn't do anything much. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to pew your ship. Oh, whoops! I forgot this is the shorter laser beam, and I actually have to see. I can still hit 5 rooms. I just have to aim it more carefully now. Ooh. Combat Drone Mark 1 is an interesting offer. I think since they've offered me 4 fuel, I'll take it, because I'm quite short on fuel. Yeah, if you don't accept surrender, you get more scrap, but less other things. I have 35 missiles. That's the other thing you should be able to do, you should be able to do at a store. You should be able to sell missiles. Because I don't have any missile weapons and drone parts. I should be able to sell. I don't need any of these. They're just adding weight to my ship. Yeah, this one can damage a lot faster than the other one, but you do have to aim it a little more carefully. It would be difficult to use on no pause mode, maybe, because you'd have to line it up properly. You can sell missiles that you need to get the event. Yes, I have had that event. I remember, I got a ton of scrap for it because I didn't need any of my missiles. Okay, next sector is Zoltan controlled. So, I guess we're going there. You arrive in Zoltan space. From what you've heard, they anticipated the coming war and made preparations to hold their borders. Nit says it's fine for no pause if you only have one, but with 2 beam weapons it's really hard. Yes, I can imagine. Strap them together into one super missile and yeet it towards the flagship. Insta-kill, that's not fun. Good idea though. Yeah, I can only have in fact I should sell this pike beam. I don't know why I've still got it. You can only have a 1 point power weapon here now because I've used 7 power with these. But I might find one. I could have kept my... what I should have done is kept my Artemis from way back at the start of the game and just fire missiles off occasionally. Right. The good news is we have 2 quest markers. The bad news is they're complete opposite ends of the sector. But we should obviously go here first and then try and get over to here. Ooh, this is a bad path actually. We'll be able to get over here, but we can't then go back to the exit. I think we're going to have to fight the rebels on the way back. It's not the quest I'm worried about, Nit. It's getting back to the exit after the quest is going to take 4 jumps. Much fighting of rebels will have to be done. But that's okay. We are on easy after all. Let's go to the quest. Asteroid field in this location. Cloak level 3, it's free as long as you have fuel. Okay. I will probably upgrade my cloak at some point then. You arrive in an asteroid field and are greeted by a Zoltan guard. By attempting to access these closed mining fields, you are in violation of the Natural Mineral Protection Act. Your weaponry will be confiscated for processing. You don't have time for this. I certainly don't have time for this. Okay. I don't know why I'm waiting for my halberd beam, because all I can do is take out the Zoltan shield. I keep forgetting Zoltans are a thing that have extra shields. So there's absolutely no point in waiting for shield bubbles to go down. Okay, this is not... Okay, I can't hit 5 rooms in this ship, but I can still hit plenty of rooms. Ow. That was my oxygen, I kind of need that. Okay. Surely Zoltan Shield isn't that OP. Zoltan Shield, yeah. Okay. Can I afford... oh wait, no, I can't afford anything because I'm in danger, because I'm in an asteroid field. I'm going to have to go here. Something strikes you as odd about a moon in the distance. That's no moon. That's a... oh, never mind, it is a moon. It looks as if a team could break through the fragile layer of the moon's surface into a hidden cavern. Attempt to detonate some explosives to break through the surface, or explosives are too valuable to waste. While I'm sitting on 35 missiles and no missile launching weapons, let's use one of our 35 missiles. A portion of the surface layer is destroyed in an impressive display, revealing miles of caves. You don't have time to fully explore them, but you find some remains on an old subterranean base that could be useful. Thank you for the 72 scrap. Now I can definitely afford level 3 cloaking. The super missile idea from Harry only works with exactly 35 missiles. You need them. I'm going to do another point of power. So yeah, level 3 cloak lasts 15 seconds, level 2 lasts 10, level 1 lasts 5. I now have the option to do all of those things. Okay, let's go to this quest. You arrive at one of the rebel bases that the NG told you about. It appears abandoned except for one scout ship. Perhaps you could extract information from them. Don't forget to not shoot during cloak, or rebel flagship dive at least, says Mitt. I can't shoot during cloak, can I? I don't have the augment that lets you shoot during cloak, I think. As soon as they see you, they power up their engines to jump away. Stop them. I will attempt to stop them. Okay, I have delayed them. You will succeed in stopping them. Yes, I will succeed in stopping them. I think. Well, I will now. Things are not going well in the cockpit there. Stop! This isn't worth dying for. Demand information on the stolen technology. Of course that's why you're here. Yes, they passed by here, but I had nothing to do with it. I just don't know. I don't know what they were carrying. I'll transmit their coordinates. Now, just let us go. Why is the only option let them go? You've given me the coordinates. Now I kill you anyway. This is the right quest. Won the 50-50. Congrats. Oh right, it's 50-50. Which quest is the right one? Oh, okay. That was good, yes, because if it had been the yeah, forced mercy is never good in in games, Harry. I agree. You prepare an FTL message containing the coordinates to send to the NG and get ready to jump. Yes, I was worried I'd have to go here, so that's very good to not have to go there. But I do still have to go here, so I guess we should go there next. If only we still had the fire bombs, isn't it? Right, well I guess we're heading for this beacon. You arrive at a Zoltan research facility. They say they are researching genetic distortion due to stasis sleep and prolonged FTL travel. They ask if your crew has the time to undergo a few scans. Do we participate in their study or decline? We are kind of on our way to save the universe / unlock new ships here. We don't really have time to hang around doing research studies. But Zoltan are being very nice to us. Go on then. As soon as you dock, pirates burst on board and a hostile ship appears on the radar. You hear the Zoltans yell in the distance. We're being held hostage. Intruders on board. Oh, it's Mantis. Hello, Mantises. Are you going to attack my medbay? That would be awfully convenient, because at least I can then fight you in the medbay. Oh, you also have a ship. Yeah. Wait, no, don't. Fine. Fight you indoors if we have to. I don't actually want to cloak for 15 seconds, by the way. I just want to evade this missile. Please don't die. I don't have many human crew members. I don't really want to send the Zoltans to fight because they're squishy. I don't really want to send the NG to fight because they're really bad at fighting. I should probably have upgraded doors by now. Okay, let's shoot at them. Oh, whoops, I forgot about the missile. Why is Emma so bad at this game? There. Okay, the missile missed. Harry, don't die. You two are probably going to go back in. I'm much more worried about the borders than I am about the Zoltan than the ship. Even though it has the giant missile. Please don't die. Okay, shoot. This should be dead now. Don't die. Okay. Take out the ship and contact the research station. Thank you for rescuing us. They held us hostage to ambush unsuspecting passers-by. Please take this. Yes, sorry, Nit. I forgot. I was shooting my weapons and forgot that I needed to cloak. Emma is distracted. The good news is I managed to not have anyone die to the Mantis borders, which is what happened to Dr. Blowhigh on our previous excursion. So at least I managed that. This is such a good time to lose a crew member for study. Okay, there is a worse option. I didn't realise the research project would actually lose crew members. What exactly are they researching in there? Where is Nit the Mantis? Yeah, I don't have any anti-boarding crew members. I have 2 Zoltans, an NG, and some humans. If I'd been offered a Mantis, I would have bought one. I have not been offered a Mantis at any point in this game. I was offered a Rock, which I suppose they're alright for fighting because they have high HP. You didn't cloak the missile, go to pilot, hit the 30%, go to dodge. Well, it's a good thing I have... surely I can get another point of power at this stage. My level 3 cloak fully powered if I need it. Most of the human crew are wrestlers. This is the thing. They should be able to take on a Mantis. Okay. How do I want to go to this quest? I suppose going here is fine. I just need to get to the quest. Yes, Harry's not a wrestler. Someone has to dodge the missile when everything is panic. I'm going here. Ah, it's the give them the fuel or apologise. That does bring us down to 7 fuel. Nit, did you say we needed fuel for the quest? Normally I'd give them the fuel here, but I don't want to end up with not enough fuel. That would be bad. Give fuel that gives so much. I know it gives so much. I've had this one before. You don't only need to one fight. Okay, that's fine. I will give them the fuel. That's actually possibly useful. Is that a 1 power? Yeah, that's a 1 power weapon. So I can actually use this if I upgrade weapons 1 more. Like it's better than nothing in the for the last slot. And I do have 36 missiles, so why not? Why not bomb everyone all the time? Okay, if I go to store, do I still get to quest? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I still get to quest. We can use our extremely valuable missiles, says Harry. That's the random weapon drop. It's actually probably the best you could have in your situation. The only thing better was iron bomb. Yeah, I did say if I was offered a 1 power missile weapon, I said at the start I should have just kept my Artemis. Unlike the Artemis, this is a teleporting bomb, which is kind of more useful if the enemy has defense drones, so I suppose it's good for that reason. Yes, Harry says we can use our extremely valuable missiles, and it says only one at a time. Boring. That's 100, isn't it? Be able to use them. Let's go for it. We don't actually need the cloak yet. But I won't go to the store. I will go straight to the quest. I might go here, just in case this is something interesting. That was not something interesting. Okay, quest. There's a ship here. You have finally caught up with the ships you've been hunting. A hangar-sized cargo ship is being escorted by a number of Mantis ships. As you reconsider the assault, a squadron of NG ships with pirate emblems jump in and assist you. You prepare to fight the Mantis, but scans indicate they are manned by rebels. Okay. Hello there. Nice to meet you. I'm going to throw a small bomb onto your weapons. That's not a small bomb. That's a small bomb. You are about to board me. Lovely. Oxygen, a fine choice. I should probably have a medbay powered for this. You can use small bomb on your own ship. It does 30 damage. It's never good, but it's insane style points. I'll bear that in mind, Nit. Thank you for the advice. Okay, how do I quickly deal lots of damage? Like that, maybe. Yeah. Also like you to not die. Let's send you to medbay. You go in there and fight orders. Please don't get hit with that missile they just launched. I should have bombed the weapons again, actually. Okay, that was close. I'll send you to medbay as well. I'll send you back to weapons where you belong. Okay, I didn't take out the shield, so let's get another full round of weapons. This should be enough. Yep. The NG emerge victorious from their battles with only minor losses. They message you. Project XME56 commissioned by Federation Military Research Division. Advanced Stealth Cruiser. Project finished during Rebellion, unable to reconnect with Federation Military Command. Ask about the Mantis ships. Likely ploy by rebels to avoid breaking non-aggression pact with NG. 97.56% likely. Your mission to assist last Federation fleet, correct? Coordinates? Transmit coordinates of Federation Command. Aha! We have unlocked an achievement and a ship, the Stealth Cruiser. Yay! Satisfactory. Delivery of tech will assist in Federation cause. Gratitude alone insufficient. Commencing ship repair and compensation. Their crews deliver an advanced augmentation for installation, but you're more pleased to hear the Federation will have an improved arsenal. Well, yeah, because I don't have room for any more augments. The NG secret tech has been delivered to the hangar. The stealth ship has been unlocked. Yeah, augment titanium system casing, 79 scrap, also fully repaired hull, and some fuel, which is nice. Right, yeah, this augment will be left... Oh, damn it, yeah. I forgot. You don't get to sell your excess augments. There's a cargo hold that you can put weapons and drones in, but you can't put augments in there. Titanium systems casing. All ship systems have additional plating that provides a 15% chance to negate damage when hit. Hull will still be damaged. Is that better than... I suppose I could get rid of long-range scanners. Since we're nearly... I mean, obviously they do nothing in the final fight. We're fairly near the end. Yeah, so I can do this and keep this one. Because not having my systems be damaged is quite good. I know it's only 15%, but still. Yeah, I'm going to do that. So unfortunately we have to leave this behind, but I do get to sell these things at the store. So, I mean, obviously it's easy, we're getting more scrap, but even so, I think I'm going to have quite a powerful ship. And there is a store... Okay, I was going to say, there is a store there, but I can't go to it in time. Fortunately, there's another store. Just trust Harry, he doesn't need long-range scanners to fly. So this quest, Nit, is this quest just a decoy quest? I don't need to go there. Because I don't fancy going there and coming all the way back. Just a fight. Okay, so 1, 2, 3... I think I might be alright. I'm definitely going to the store then. Okay. The burst laser 1 and the burst laser... Why have you got 1 and 3? What happened? Why don't you have the the burst laser 2? BL1, BL2, BL3 combo suggests Nit. The BL3 just isn't very good. It would have to replace my beam and my small bomb. The beam which can do up to 10 damage and the bomb which can bypass shields. And use some of my 36 missiles. I agree it's funny, yes. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be buying either of those. Or either of those. Although, we do have another spot for a crew member. I will be selling these. Okay, yeah, titanium system casing is good. You can tell because it's worth a lot more than the others. Oh my god. It's the Snev. I did not expect a Snev raid of all things today. Greetings, Snail Simulator Dev. Thank you so much for raiding with your party of 25 viewers. Shall come in, everybody. Do let us know, Snev, how your stream went and what you were streaming. As I know, usually the answer is Snail Simulator, but I don't want to assume anything. Okay, it was Snail Simulator. Oh, that's right. Yes, it's the Snail Express, isn't it? Because it's a Snunday. We do snailing on a Snunday. Right. Welcome in, everybody. If you have not followed Snail Simulator Dev, please do. He is awesome. As you can guess from his name, he develops a game called Snail Simulator, which I have actually streamed before. It was last year sometime, and I really need to get back into it, but I haven't had a chance. It is a game that I discovered through my good friend Ophelia, who has been a big part of the Snail Sim community, and even has her own house in the game as a reward for streaming it. I was semi-famous in Snail Sim once upon a time, when the Snailway to Sneven was still quite new. There was a sign at the top of it, placed there by the dev at the request of Ophelia, which had my name on it. But that's no longer there. But I do still play the game. I do have all achievements in Snail Simulator, which I'm very proud of. Today we're playing FTL, Faster Than Light, a game about shooting spaceships in space with space lasers, which I thoroughly recommend for its soundtrack, if nothing else. But welcome into Snev, Breenut, Meatrix Vile, Leica in Space, King Kretzy. This do be Snail, says Nit. Snail says... Snail Simulator Snev, to use his full title, says we were doing Snail Express, snailing about and finding hats for players. Ren is lurking to play Pathfinder. Enjoy your lurk and your Pathfinder, Ren. I hope that goes well. Excellent game, many snails, much hats. Yes, we do have a few snail fans here. We have Danny, we have Harry. Ophelia might still be lurking, although she may have gone to bed. Nit says, nothing else so true. This game only brings pain and suffering. Hey Nit, I can recommend Snail Simulator to you. If you've ever wanted to move very slowly around a beautiful landscape, It is a silly game, but it has a certain charm. And I'm very grateful to Ophelia for introducing me to it, and for Snev for developing it. And also to the fact that if it wasn't for Snail Sim, I would never have met Alex, who is a wonderful partner. And so I am triply grateful for the existence of Snail Simulator. Best games are silly games, says LT Baggo. Yes, thank you for those 2 follows, by the way. I have anonymous follows on, but I see your names. You are most welcome here. Pineapple on pizza flashback. Yes, I am happy that I was able to share that with you last week, Snev. Right, let us continue with trying not to get exploded in space with FTL Faster Than Light. We've just gone on a massive detour to unlock a new ship via a quest, but now we are back on our mission to save the Federation from certain doom by destroying the rebel fleet. You pick up the last broadcast from a rupturing Zoltan freighter. The Mantis, they're here, please. You're interrupted by fire off the port bow. Well, hello there, Mantis. Yes, this game has quite a steep difficulty curve. I have tried it several times on normal and been unable to secure a win so far. So I have dropped the difficulty down to easy. But rest assured, easy is not easy. I'm definitely having a much easier time than I was on normal. But it's more like easy is okay, normal is hard, and hard is really hard. And it's the sort of game where you play it once and you die, and then you play it again and you die, and you play it again and you die, but eventually you live, and it always feels good when you do. It's that sort of game. Okay, time to shoot the enemies. It's the best part. Can I hit 5 rooms on this ship? I don't think I can. Okay, I can hit 4 rooms though. 4 is nearly 5. I shouldn't really waste a missile, but I have 34 of them. Sorry, 35 of them. You actually ought to be healed up. Yes, as Nit says, you just need time to learn the basics and the non-basics. Easy is normal, normal is hard, hard is God mode. And this is from Nit has 100%ed the game. Nit has beaten the game with every ship on hard. Okay, I should think about like some good upgrades, like 4 shield barriers perhaps. I think that might be the best thing to get now. Because I don't need the cloak on all the time, and when I do need it, I'm usually just evading something, so I just need one bar of power. We just narrowly get to the exit. It says, yes I did, though I still get my ass kicked sometimes. Yes, we had the good fortune to encounter an actual god of the game a couple of streams back. Somebody who has beaten the game on hard mode with every ship consecutively in a row without any losses in between, which that just, I can't imagine how that would work. Right, okay, we have a blue option because we have cloaking. Yes, Tom Fry, that was right. Yes, one of the best players of this game in the world, definitely. Do we attack the ship to get to the storage cache, avoid provoking it, or cloak and access the cache? That sounds like a good plan. I mean, it's a blue option. Blue options are usually good. The ship patrols wide around the area, successfully approaching the station while avoiding detection. Okay, we got some stuff. I think it's actually a better reward to fight the ship as well, because you get scrap from destroying the ship, but that's the safer option. Cycle, yeah, so the term cycle in the FTL community refers to beating every ship on the hardest difficulty in a row with no losses in between. And yeah, it's been done by about 20 people. I'm surprised it's that many, honestly. Right, time for the penultimate sector, Sector 7. Uncharted Nebula or Uncharted Nebula? Okay, I'm not going to have a poll like I did last time. We're just going for Uncharted Nebula. So, some people have done pauseless cycles. Nit, you can't be serious. You cannot be serious. You've entered a sector thick with nebulas. You'll have to navigate on instinct. I mean instinct on this map as well. Weapon pre-igniter? It's our only choice to go to the store. Drones, oh, a mantis. Is it worth having a mantis just to make the boarding fight easier? Ah, sod it. Let's have a full crew. Nit knows what's up. Nit knows what's up. Good to have you aboard.
Nit.
Also, it's a nebula sector, so we benefit from having visibility of another room in case something sets on fire. Surely I don't die this time. Nick can help with bullets. Yes, that was the only reason I got an 8th crew member. I'm also going to buy some more fuel. I seem to keep running out of it. I don't want drone control. I'm not going to have it now. This late in the game. Okay, I guess we just kind of meander our way through the nebula. We don't have the scanner anymore, so any jump is as good as any other. Although this one is not good. A rock armoured transport nearby looks to have lost its bearings, but when you hail they grow suspicious. Whatever life form you are, we find you repugnant. We seek no aid. Leave now. Rude, says Harry. I think we should fight them. We don't have any power at all, but they won't have much power either. See, they've got 3 shields at the moment. I bet you that's going to drop down to less than 3. Yeah, it drops down to just 2. So, what do we have? Well, if we power all of our weapons, we have no oxygen, no medical equipment, no cloak, half shields, no engines. But, this enemy ship can't get past 3 shields, you'll find no need for engine power. Yeah, that's a good point. I should look at their weapons, and yeah, Nit is correct. In which case, I can just do this. And still have oxygen as well. There we are. Easy. And I can just kind of shoot at them for a bit. Will take slightly longer than going in with full weapons blazing. That's okay. We somehow wiped out the crew. I was not expecting that. Okay, that's only the second time this run I've done so, and the first time was very tedious and involved fire bombs. I will take that scrap, thank you. Crew kill, I know. Was not expecting that. Okay. Please have more power, thank you. Ooh. A pirate ship arrives shortly after you. Judging from the fact that it is attempting to avoid your ship, you assume it's a smuggler trying to stay away from beacons. Attack the pirate, ignore the ship, or activate your advanced weapons threateningly. I guess we have enough weapons. Is it because we have 8 power or just 4 weapons or something? But we have advanced weapons. This might be more scrap, but I'm going to choose the blue option because always choose the blue option. Aha! They hail you. There's no need for aggression. Perhaps this would convince you to look the other way. You know what? 64 scrap is enough of a bribe. I will take it. I'm definitely not above a little bribery. You are fine for fuel for the rest of the run. Yes, definitely. I probably didn't need to buy it at that last store, to be honest. Kind of running out of things to buy, really. I should probably buy an extra point in some of these systems and extra power so I can run my cloak at the same time. I mean, yeah, this is easy. Easy gives you more scrap. I have more scrap. It's nothing to be surprised about. I should save 120 for weapon pre-igniter in case I get it in the last store, I suppose. But yeah. I would get doors to them so much for mind control and hacking possible. Yeah, I forgot to turn on advanced edition again. I went down to easy mode. If I win on easy mode, I am 100% putting advanced edition on and going back to normal mode as well. But yeah, I will try and get to another store. I can upgrade doors and I don't know. I mean, well, I certainly don't need sensors 2 in a nebula. O2 and medbay are helpful as well, I think. But let's do doors, and then I'll keep some scrap around. No, Knit. I agree that AE is going to be the best way to play in most cases. Let's use our improved cloaking advanced stealth. Why not? Well, no scrap. Never mind. The station was either abandoned or stripped clean. It seems to have lain unused for quite some time. You find nothing useful. I could absolutely have defeated this ship and got some scrap, but I like using the blue options. I don't get to use them very often. And I have stuff that I can blue option. Defense drone 1 could be doing. Yeah, I had the opportunity to buy drone control when I had a defense drone 2 on board that I got for free, but I just sold it. But at the time, I think it made sense. I have a bit more flexibility with scrap than on a normal run. Monkey see blue, monkey click. I agree, says Knit. See, Knit agrees with me. If Knit agrees with me, I must be playing the game correctly. Your ship emerges quite far away from the beacon. You see a rebel ship waiting nearby and that is a look for you. Click to stay hidden. No, I want to fight, damn it. I need to use some of these 37 missiles I've acquired. which probably miss, but never mind. Actually, yeah. Also, my my shields person doesn't even have max mastery in shields yet, so I should be still getting in fights. Really. Interestingly, Nit has shield skill, which is I have 2 people who can do engines, which is nice. Okay, can hit 5 systems here. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Okay, that's... I'm good with fighting and shields are just blocking with my claws. Are you saying that Nit's shield skill is just the mantis blocking incoming projectiles with its claws? I like that idea. Ooh, an unknown weapon for 45 scrap. Too bad I don't have anywhere to put the unknown weapon. I mean, there's a chance that it could be Burst Laser 2, right? There's a chance that this means I get to replace my Burst Laser 1 with the Burst Laser 2. Yes, there is a good chance that it's a scam. We've been working out odds for Burst Laser 2s on the Discord, and they're not good. Let's just attack. I need to use my bombs on something. There's no reward for finishing the game. Even despite using all my small bombs, I'm still somehow gaining more missiles. There's no reward for finishing the game with more missiles. I'm even taking the "we will not accept surrender" option, so I don't get as many missiles. Pew. Surely you just get a BL2 as a reward. Yeah, I have. We worked it out. No, the one in 4,000 was to get high scrap reward and Burst Laser 2. The chance of just getting a Burst Laser 2 as a reward for a fight on any random fight is like 1 in 1,600, was it? So every fight you have a 1 in 1,600 chance of getting one of these. And Harry actually got, yeah, Harry got that chance. Okay. I want to stay in the nebula, but I think I have time to come here and go all the way around here and then exit. Hopefully I do. Boring. Ah, the store. That's what I was looking for. Okay, I'm going to this store and this will be the last store, I think. Yes! Yes! Nick called it. Of course Nick called it. Okay. So out of these, probably automated reloader, right? I mean, who needs to reload weapons when they're already ignited? Right? And we do not need a repair arm. Obviously, yeah, there's no point getting a hull beam instead of a halberd beam, is there? Because halberd beam is 2 damage for every room. This is 2 damage only for systemless rooms. Yeah, I would be able to have a 2-power missile, but these aren't even 2-power missiles, so yeah. Run is so over. This is the kind of run I know hit the flagship on. Yeah, no, this run is going extremely well, but as I say, I am on easy. Caveat that I am on easy. If you get this far on normal, you don't have all this stuff because the game doesn't give you as much scrap, and it also doesn't. You don't get lucky with pre-igniter either, probably. Nit says this reminds me of my double glaive beam hacking pre-igniter. Yeah, glaive beam is even better than halberd beam. Glaive beam is the one that needs 4 power to run. So yeah, 2 of those maxes out your weapons. So you have no way of taking down shields with weapons, but then you use hacking to take down the shields. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds pretty powerful, Nit. I'm guessing you won that one. Okay, we don't need anything else. So now I can buy whatever I want from here, like extra. This is just like a buffer, so the system doesn't get knocked out if it's damaged. And I might as well do all of them, I think. And then if I get a bit more scrap, I'll put another point into engines as well. One-shotted the... You one-shotted the flagship. That's impressive. Especially given it's in 3 phases. So I guess you 3-shot it. But yes, that's very impressive. Okay, yeah, I think I have time to go here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, yeah, from here, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think I have time to go this way. I don't need to, but I think I have time to. Yeah, okay, yeah. 1-shotted phase 1 and 2, 2-shotted phase 3 because Zoltan shield. Yeah, Nit is pretty good at this game. Navigating the fog blind, you practically bump holes with the mantis ship. Next time humans all die. This time humans all die. No, this time you all die. Notice my weapons are immediately available for use. So I can just do this. And then this. And they don't even get to shoot me. And they're already almost dead. Yeah, weapon pre-igniter is pretty good. Nit says, everyone can win with good luck. It's better to be lucky than good. As someone who was lucky this run, I agree it's better to be lucky than good. I suppose the only downside of dropping to easy is, like, on the records screen, where it's, like, most scrap collected, it's obviously going to be my easy run that is the most scrap collected, but that's fine. Let's continue. Nothing. Okay. And ship. Oh no, they're powering up their FTL drive. Whatever will I do? Don't tell me I actually... Okay, I actually missed my first volley. Looks like I have to fight the ship normally. It's fine. We are still fine. There. Scrap, yes, but points, no. Normal has a 1.5% multiplier and harder 2 times. Yes, I agree. Yeah, I won't get a high score. Well, I'm not sure if a win on easy is a higher score than losing to phase 3 of the flagship on normal. But obviously, yeah, a win on normal beats a win on easy by a long way. But yeah, the most scrap reward will obviously be this run. It says, Harry, you're the goat. You dodged another missile without cloak. Yes, Harry is carrying this run. Well, no, okay, no. My weapons and my pre-igniter and my cloak and all the other things are carrying the run as well. But yes, I'm going to get another point of engine. Just to help out. I mean, not that Harry needs the help, but I'm going to put an extra 3% evasion in there as well. We might not even have maxed out shields for the flagship fight, which is interesting. We probably don't need them. Okay, can I go there and then there? Is the only question. Look. Can't get through a run without the tape measure, can I now? That it would not be an Emma run without the tape measure. This is nebula, so it's a different distance than it was on the other time I measured. So that's 14. No, hang on, 15 millimeters, and that's 29. No, I can't. I can't by 1 millimeter. However many pixels that is. But of course, Nick could tell just by looking at the screen because Nick is pro at this game. You can just dive in the fleet you have cloak level 3. I can. I don't want to. Ooh, I do want to sell 12 drone parts for 48 scrap though. I think I will do that. Thank you. I can actually afford another engine upgrade if I want. I've never maxed out the engine because, yeah, 120 is not really worth it. But doors level 3 probably better. Actually, yeah, for borders, that's a good point. I'll do that. Yes. Fun fact: you can, if you max out doors, it goes normal doors, blast doors, improved blast doors. See, there's a level above that called super blast doors, which is if you have all the upgrades and you have someone in the doors room. Same with sensors. If you have maxed out sensors and someone in the sensor room, you can see enemy power use. It's not a very helpful thing to see, though. Like, enemy weapon charge, once you learn how fast the weapons charge, you kind of know that. So, yeah, the only thing you'd want to see on sensors is enemy interior, if you're trying to kill the crew or something. So that upgrade is not so useful. But yes, doors. Doors are a thing. It's good to have doors. I recommend doors. Right, this is it. No red shirts here. Ah, right, yes. The achievement for not losing a crew member, which we failed last time because we lost Dr. Blowhigh on the last jump of Sector 7. But we also had a crew member called Redshirt, so it made sense. Yeah, normally I'd be finishing now because it's 4 hours, but there's no way we're not seeing this fight through now. You arrive at an outpost close to the Federation base. Your access codes get you past initial security and an officer sets up a direct feed for the Federation base's war room. Admiral Tully speaks first, saying, "What is the meaning of this? Who are you?" We're the same people we were last run. Your explanation is met with cynicism and disbelief. Intel suggests potential counter to rebel technology. Risk all will save none. Explain the weakness. It's settled. Rebels will be here in a matter of moments. We'll hold off their warships, but you must succeed in destroying their flagship. Here we go. So, there's the flagship. We need to destroy it before it destroys the base. We do have these repair stations, but we shouldn't need them, hopefully. Conveniently, there's one right next to the base, so we can jump out to repair between phases of the boss. But yeah, I think we just go to the base. I mean, we might as well go to the base here. I don't know. We don't need to fight anyone else. Although more scrap would be nice. 4 humans, 2 Zoltans, 1 NG, and 1 Mantis walk into a Kestrel. Yes, called Cherry Blossom. Nit says power use is great. You can... Oh, power use on sensors is great. Oh, right, you can know where they have buffer and where they don't. Though it's a luxury only getting when you have too much scrap. Yeah, so I suppose you know if you're actually going to knock out a system if you damage it or not. But it's kind of like... I'm going to shoot their weapons anyway, even if they have... extra buffer in there, so I don't know. I'm gonna do that. Actually, no. I'll save it. I'll save it for another point in engines, if I get one. Let's go. Yeah, the repair station gives you scrap as well, so kind of okay, do. Then we'll go here. Hello, Ratmost. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good weekend. Ratmost, we are about to hopefully win this game for the first time on stream. We got very, very close at the end of last stream, but we lost. But I've turned the difficulty down to easy. So we're in a significantly better shape coming into the final fight. You scan the area, finding signatures of only a small trade vessel. However, as it approaches, you see the silhouette of a rebel scout. You run the scanners again and discover their registration is fake. You move into attack. And I keep forgetting. It takes me a second to be like, oh wait, I can actually attack straight away. Keep forgetting that. Can you hit 4 rooms on this ship? You can, okay. That's pretty good. If I say so. Thank you, Harry, for that quote. Can't get through a run without the tape measure, can I now? Thank you. I just picked up an Iron Blast Mark II randomly. Nit says, advice, wait just a bit before attacking the flagship. Don't waste your shot for phase 1. Okay. I will do that. I have an extra weapon that I can't use. If it was an Iron Blast 1, I could use it, I think. But yeah, can't use that one. That's okay. Yeah, that's 51, so slightly better than 50-50 odds to evade any given attack. And of course I can cloak as well. Nit says this is the best OST in FTL. I'm not going to change your mind, Nit. It is the best OST in FTL. I fully agree. Well, I could go to the base. I don't really need to. Actually, this will give me more scrap, won't it? Okay, let's get some more scrap. Thank you. Now I'll upgrade sensors. I suppose I might as well put someone in sensors as well. I can have a person in. Obviously, this is my anti-boarding party person. The abandoned and rock soundtracks are close. I agree, Nit. Right, can't get to the base that way. Let's just go back this way. And here we go. Flagship. Good luck, this is it. As Nit says, this is the best music in the game. Okay, well, we can't shoot it yet. Please uncloak. Thank you. Pew, and I guess also pew. And then, what's the most rooms you can damage on the flagship with this beam? Is it just 4? Obviously there's not much point trying to take out weapons. Actually, I could take out this weapon, right? Because it's scary missile one. Although I can also cloak through it. Yeah, maybe I just do this and then cloak through the missiles. Nice job missing every shot there. Cloak through missile. Okay, let's shoot this as well. Okay. Well, that wasn't too bad. Nit says, yes, forgot this was triple shield flagship. Yes, so the flagship is easier on easy, unsurprisingly. If you were here last stream, you saw it on normal, where it was 4 shields. I mean, this weaponry is more than enough to get through 4 shields as well. These 2 lasers between them do 5 shots, and then this can also damage the shields, and then the beam needs the shields to be down. Right, we need to... Actually, I can... kind of run out of things to upgrade. Let's see what it looks like to see the enemy power use. Come back here. On easy and without advanced edition. Oh, advanced edition adds a force shield to easy. Fair enough. Yeah, so there should be a force shield bubble here if you're not a casual scrub like me. You chase down the flagship and discover it is heavily damaged from the previous fight. Scans indicate it has redirected considerable power to its drones. Get ready for a fight. So it doesn't have cloak now, so I can just shoot it, I think. Does it still do its drone power surge thing, even if you take out the drone system? Because that would be interesting to know. I think I'm just going to keep hitting 4 rooms like this. Ooh. Oh yeah, we still get this guy. You can't... Oh right, okay. You can't take out the drone surge. Flagship deactivates it because he cheats and has more power than possible. Oh, wait, no. Okay, sorry. You can't see enemy power use because he cheats and has more power than possible. Fair enough. It's my time, says Nit. ZLG says I must be off for now, but I've enjoyed lurking here and learning about that flower earlier. I hope you guys have a good day. Thank you so much for being here, ZLG. We will be almost about to win, hopefully soon, very soon. Let's try not to get Nit killed, shall we? Shouldn't be too many more cycles now. Okay, Nit is looking a little unhealthy. The good news is we have power to spare. Oh, I should wait. I did that wrong. I should have cloaked through the power surge. If I die, you won't hear my advice. Maybe that's not so bad, says Nit. Well, hopefully I don't die to this drone surge, since I apparently mistimed my cloak. Don't just stand around in the vacuum of space, please. Thank you. Okay. Did damaging the drone system actually help with the drones? I think my shields are gonna survive it anyway. Yeah. Okay. The flagship is toast. But then, you know, we got this far on normal difficulty. It was the final fight that did us in, so no celebrating yet, not till we've finished that fight. No hit maybe? Well, again, I barely took any damage on the on normal. I got repair. I went to a repair station, so I was full health going into the final fight, even on normal. Power for no reason. Is there an achievement for fully powering up your reactor? No. Okay. Well, we did it anyway. Now we can have the med bay on at all times, even if we don't need it. Oh, we can go here as well. Because the flagship doesn't insta-destroy the base, does it? It only does it if you spend 3 turns. So we can go here. He doesn't have mine. Yeah, no advanced edition, so no mind control. You're definitely fine. He probably also has very little border. Okay, I have 43 missiles. 30 fuel and 31 drone parts. And I mean, I haven't maxed out the ship. Actually, faster medbay might be good. Just in case. I haven't maxed out the ship, but I'm not far off. Another 220 scrap, and I would actually have maxed it out. Actually, you know, piloting buffer is very sensible. It's suggestion. Let's do that. What does O2 just like? Okay, it just refills the O2 faster. I think I've only ever upgraded this as like damage limitation. I don't think anyone's ever needed faster O2 filling. Surely this is no hits, isn't it? Well, let's find out. I'll settle for just winning. You're not certain how it's able to keep fighting with the amount of damage it's sustained. It looks like it's transferred power to the teleporter, as well as some kind of super weapon. Be prepared, this is it. Well... we've got the Zoltan shield to get through first, so we're not exactly doing it now. And I also missed most of those shots, so... I only did 2 damage to the Zoltan. Okay, we're not taking it down for a while if that's what happens. Okay. Borders are here. Let's go and fight them. No. Assume they were heading for the O2. Please fight the borders. Oh, does the beam work on the Zoltan shield? I did not know that. Thank you, Nit. How many rooms can I hit? 4. Oh, it does do... Right, okay. That actually changes a lot. The beam works on the Zoltan shield. Right. Okay, Zoltan shield is almost down. It will be down now. There we go. Okay. Surely... Yeah, that's... I forgot that last time as well. No, actually, no. I didn't forget it last time. I remembered last time. But you remember my cloaking got hit? Yeah, no, that's why I died last time. I didn't... last time, I didn't cloak when this missile launcher launched. And it hit my cloaking. So I couldn't cloak through the power... This time I cloaked through that missile, so my cloaking didn't get hit. Also, they got another border from somewhere. Also, people are being hit. I should do something about that. Come here. Yeah, the power surges are like lots of missiles. Please don't die. Miss. I think Harry's actually dodging the... yeah, I didn't have a cloak. This time it would have been fine because I had a cloak buffer. I think Harry's actually just dodged the power surge. Harry is the GOAT of all time. Ah, okay, we had 1 hit, I think. That's what I heard. Oops. Can I do 4 rooms from here? I can do 4 rooms from here. Dodge down to 8 out of 10. Yes. Pretty good, I agree. Sorry, I'm going really slow because I just don't want to screw anything up. Okay, now we're taking hits. Yeah, so Ronnie's not going to be no hit because I had no way to cloak through those missiles. But I think we're still okay. You two are actually. This guy is almost dead. You go and help with the fire. Because I have squishy Zoltans in there. Don't want squishy Zoltans. Nick can take out those two single-handedly, or single-clawedly. Don't lose my Zoltans. I mean, ultimately, it doesn't matter if I lose crew now. I just don't want to. I want everyone to survive. That would be nice. Actually, okay. The super weapon will fire again, won't it? So I'll leave those missiles. Harry says, I want to point out I'm doing all this from the comfort of my bed for the last 20 minutes. Yeah, sorry, Harry, you should have gone to bed by now. But I realise you probably want to see this through. You go there. You come here and repair the sensors or something, I don't care. Vader needs to heal. Okay. Medbay hit is not a big deal. Doop. Okay, power surge is coming. We're cloaking through this one. One hand on the steering wheel, pretty much. If you targeted missile launcher, this probably was no hit. Yeah, that's a good point, Nit. But can't complain because you've been playing the rest of the fight really well. Okay. Oh, wait. I was going to cloak through the power surge and then I defeated it. Yay! Okay, basically no hit. Thanks to the valiant effort of Cherry Blossom and her successful crew, Harry, Sabu, RVD, Vader, Dr. Manhattan, Duracell, Grozoli and Nit, the Rebels' flagship was destroyed, throwing the fleet into chaos and ensuring a Federation victory. We did it! And we forced a Mantis to repair.
For your 27 HPS. GG's.
Forcing a Mantis to repair, this is torture. Nit, there were no more borders left and the Mantis had nothing else to do. It's fine. Also, I like the implication that would have been 30 bits if I'd done full health. Thank you so much for the 27 bits, Nit. And thank you, T-Bago, for the 10 bits that you used to make that big emote. Harry says 5 generations plenty more to go. Yes, look! After 5 generations, the Harry G dynasty finally has somebody who, well, I mean, they survived a fight at least. No guarantee that they survive, like, the rest of their career. Yes. Right, well, thank you everyone for watching that. I'll wrap up things pretty quickly now, because I've obviously gone over my usual time. But it was good to get a win, and I will continue playing this game. At the very least, I ought to try out this new stealth cruiser that I've apparently unlocked. And I will go back to normal and I will enable the Advanced Edition content because I think that's probably good. Also, a lot of people have their names in the credits. I'm guessing these were testers or backers or something. I missed what it said, but that's a lot of names. Hype to see Stealth Ship another time. Surely he has good defense, isn't it? Yes. I think I probably won't wait for this whole credits to scroll because it's quite a lot of names. Victory! Congratulations, you defeated the Rebel flagship and ensured the victory of the Federation. Score 4023. Okay, it was kickstarted. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess people could pay extra to name crew members. That's why we had those funny names. Actually, pretty high score for easy. Yes, I think I did well because I was still playing as if it was normal. I was trying to be optimal. Oh, I need to... Sorry. Apologies to... Who was it? Ah, yes. Apologies to Ren for never actually naming a crew member Fur. I will refund your points on that, Ren, if you're still here. But we did have Nit, Duracell. We did the Botany. We did the Blowhigh. We did the Outfit. We did Dr. Manhattan. We did Vader. We did Sabu. We did Cherry Blossom. We did RVD. There we are. Oops, I stole someone's name. No, the second to last crew member, you can just about still see it on the screen. The seventh crew member we got, the NG, they were called Grassley. They were supposed to be called something else, but I forgot to rename them. You didn't steal anyone's name because you had the Mantis, and we know that the Mantis is reserved to be called Nit. Okay, how did we do? Yeah, that was actually our second highest score. So we didn't beat our not quite victory on normal.
Eagle 5.
But our victory on easy, better than these ones. Most beacons explored and most scrap collected. Unsurprisingly, most scrap collected because it's thingy, easy mode, so more scrap. And most beacons explored because we had 4 nebulas, I think. At least 3, either 3 or 4. We didn't get any new records on here. So Harry 4 still holds most repairs and most skill masteries. But we did beat the boss on easy and get to Sector 8 without losing a crew member. And if I go to the hangar, we haven't unlocked any of these achievements yet, which we need for layout B of the Kestrel. We do have the Nesasio, the stealth ship, which starts with a mini beam, extremely cheap and weak beam weapon, and basic weak dual lasers, often used by transport ships that can't afford better. But it does also start with cloaking. And yeah, cloaking costs 150 scrap, so it's a pretty powerful thing to start with. It's just that you'll be using it a lot because your weapons suck. And yes, complete the unlock quest for the stealth cruiser, unlocked on easy. But not unlocked on normal. Yeah, that's and there are other layouts, but this is the starting layout. That's what it looks like. Yeah, so there are 2 problems. Nit's just pointed out the other one. Problem number 1, the weapons aren't very good. Problem number 2, there are no shields. Like stealth, cloak is good, but you can't cloak through every single attack. You do get 2 augments to start with as well, long range scanners and titanium system casing. Yeah, advanced edition as well. Thank you, Nit. Long range scanners are a big help because you can avoid most fights by not going to a sector with to a beacon with a ship in it. But there's no way you can avoid every fight. So this looks difficult. Let's put it that way. Given how much I struggled even with the NG ship. I will leave your redeem in the queue, T-Bago, for next time. Eagle 5 will be the new ship name. Weapons are actually pretty decent. They go well together and both of them are pretty good. Oh yeah, I suppose this takes down shields and this damages. Okay, I will also leave that in the queue for next time, T-Bago. Lone Star as a crew member.
Lone Star.
I don't know if the game saves them between runs. Okay, never mind. T-Bago is just going for a whole custom run here. Nit is pre-ordering Nit, but only for Mantis.
Bath.
Bold of you to assume, Nit, that I'm going to survive long enough to buy any Mantis crew members. But thank you, yes, I will keep that in mind for next time we get a Mantis.
Nit, but only for Mantis.
But for now, it's fine, I'm sure you remember me. Those redeems are staying in the queue until next stream. So we are ending there. Thank you everybody for watching. Thank you particularly to Snail Simulator Dev for that big raid earlier. And to Rooney for his raid. Thank you to everyone who followed. Thank you for the bits from Nit and T-Bago. Thank you for all the advice that Nit gave, and thank you for sticking with me through all of my FTL nonsense. We will be playing it at least one more stream. We'll be trying out this interesting new ship we've unlocked. And thank you for... Yes, that was a quote from Factorio, if you're wondering where that quote came from, Nit. Yes. Thanks for the stream, says Tibago. Bye and have a great rest of your day, says Matcha. Yes, I'm going to look for raids now. If anyone has suggestions for raid targets, please let me know. It's late, so people might not be on. Oh, Lana is still on. Lana must be almost leaving, though, right? Okay, she's still live. If we raid Lana, you may soon be raided elsewhere, but you know what, that's alright. Actually, no, hang on, Mora is live. Is Mora actually live, or is Mora just, like, live? Mora was here earlier, and Mora is amazing, and Mora's playing Celeste. But I think Mora's playing... Oh, Mora's, like, streaming so that Celeste community can restream. We could raid Celeste community. You won't be surprised to hear they're playing Celeste. And, yeah. There's some sort of competition that Moraconda, who is a long-time viewer of mine, is in the final of and is currently battling. So, I think we'll go there. No, Teabagger, we're not going to Shy Lily. Good luck for Stealth A another time. It's one of the strongest ships in the game, but definitely need finesse. Thank you, Nit. Let's raid. Make sure I spell this correctly. Celeste community. They may not react too much to our raid, but it's always good. I played Celeste on this stream and I absolutely loved it. So I think it's good to send viewers there. Especially when my good friend Moraconda is playing. So there is the raid. If you want to put a raid message in chat, you're welcome to. I'll just drop one in that you can use. If you are subscribed, you can use this message. And if you're not subscribed, use any emotes you like. Use your own emotes, use emotes of someone else you're subscribed to. But if you're not sure, we have some dancing dinosaurs. Here we go. My next stream will be on Friday. I promised an extra stream because I didn't do one this Friday because Alex was visiting and I wanted to spend time with Alex, which I think you'll agree is fine to do. So it will probably be either Saturday next week or maybe the Monday or some day like that, but I'll confirm that on my Discord. Thank you so much for that follow. Good to see you. Sorry we're about to end. But yes, until next time, thank you all very much for watching, and bye for now.